Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next let we listen the report from the head of the committee, the Honorable Bapak Dr. Muslimin MPD. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam olahraga. Salam olahraga. Salam olahraga. Thank you. The Honorable Professor Bendison PhD from Department of Kinesiology and the University of North Carolina and Greensboro, USA. Professor Jerome Angitudo Porto, PhD from University of Santo Tomas, Institute of Physical Education and Athletics from Philippines. Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD, Dean of the Faculty of Sport Science, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. Terima kasih Prof, karena ini adalah kali kedua menjadi narasumber utama kami dalam kegiatan INCES kami yang kedua ini. Profesor Dr. Firman Sadlis MPD from University Jakarta State University, Indonesia. Acara Purakom PhD from Department of Physical Education and Sports, Faculty of Education and Development Science, Kasastrat University from Thailand. Dr. Rosita Ibrahim from Faculty of Medicine, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Malaysia. And the Honorable Rector of Universitas Bina Dharma, Dr. Sunda Ariana MPD MM, Mr. and Mrs. Fix Rector, Mr. and Mrs. Dean of all Universitas Bina Dharma, Ketua Program Studi Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Inggris, dan Ketua Program Studi Pendidikan Olahraga Universitas Bina Dharma. Dear and sirs, Madam Bang Sumsel Babel, Alhamdulillah, all praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty Good. Because of the blessing, we are able to attend the second International Conference on Education and Sport Science in CHES 2021 in health conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give a report regarding the second International Conference on Education and Sport Science 2021. International Conference on Education and Sport Science has been due to it. This is the second year we hold the conference. The first conference was in 2020. We were second in carrying out the first conference. The event ended really well. We managed to regularly publish in articles of the first INCES participant in reputed journal Scopus Q4 as many 32 articles, and 4 articles we published in Sinta 2 journals well published in the proceedings. We hope that the second INCES can be more successfully and help you return to have become presenters to publish their article to better journals. On behalf to committee, I would like to say thank you, appreciate to all keynotes who have accepted our invitation to be speakers and provide knowledge. according to order which is about the we ought digital business sport science and technology. To the presenters and participants, we thank you for your presence. To hope you can gain to as full knowledge conferred by all speakers and apply the according to respective special field. Dan saya ucapkan terima kasih pada PT Bank Sumsel Babel yang menjadi satu-satunya sponsor utama dalam kegiatan International Conference in Chess yang kedua ini. Saya tahu betul bahwasanya Bank Sumsel Babel selalu memberikan support dalam setiap event olahraga, baik itu level nasional maupun internasional. Selain itu juga menjadi sangat perhatian dalam kegiatan masyarakat, terutama dalam kemajuan pendidikan di Sumatera Selatan. We would like to express to graduate to Universitas Bina Dharma, Madam Rektor Sunda Aryana, Dr. Sunda Aryana MPD MM. We will has facilitated this event to that is real will. That is all from me. Approach to Yani, invoice to course. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam olahraga. Salam olahraga. Salam olahraga. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very nice and inspiring speech, Mr. Muslimin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next let we listen the rector speech from Ibu Dr. Sunda Aryana MPDMM that will deliver by the Vice Rector Bapak Dr. Edi Surya Negara MPD. Time is yours.
All the participants of the second international conference on education, participant on this conference. We are very honored for having you all here. I would also thanks to the committee. We have carefully prepared and ensure this conference to be proceed smoothly. First, thanks God for this grace that we can attend this seminar in a good and healthy condition. The second international conference on education and sports science is a useful platform for sharing knowledge as well as to help presenters to publish their article in reputable journals. There are 419 participants with 28 presenters who come from various educational institutions from universities in Indonesia and abroad, such as University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, University of North Carolina, University of Santo Thomas, and many others. There are a lot of participants in this conference. I sincerely hope that through your presentation and discussions afterwards, all of us can contribute, especially on education and sports science. Finally, I would like to apologize for any inconvenience. Hope you enjoy and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much for the very nice speech, Mr. Edi Surya Negara. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the presentation sessions, now let we pray together. So to lead the pray, Mr. Karyadi, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelum kita berdoa, marilah kita sama-sama membacakan suratul Fatihah. Mudah-mudahan acara ini akan mendapat berkah dari Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Ala hadiniyah wa ila hadatin Nabi Mustafa Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Astaghfirullahal azim. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan wa wa yukafi majida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li wa'ditil ustanin. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin salatan tanabbil afan wa taqdi lana biha ya Allah ya Allah ya Allah min hajat tadabiha min damin syai'an wa tarfa'una biha indaka ala darajat wa tuballighuna bi'usatil khairatil hayati wa ba'dal mamat innaka ala kulli shay'in qadir. Allahumma ighfir lana dzunubana waliwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara walijamil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal anwat innaka ala kulli shay'in qadir. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan dal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawina alaina fi syakaratil maut wa najata minan nar afwa hindal hisab. Rabbana la tu'akhidna in nasina aw akhtana. Rabbana wa la tahmil alaina isran kama hamalkahu alal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tu'amilna ma la taqata lana bi. واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا تنصرنا على القوم الكافرين ربنا ولنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكون من الخاسرين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وأدخل جنة مع الأبرار يا عظيم يا غفار يا رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون سلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Amin ya robbal alamin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this event conducted by Program Studi Pendidikan Olahraga Universitas Bina Dharma and then sponsored by Bank Sumsel Babel and then supported by Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia, Kasasar University Thailand, the University of North Carolina, UNES, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Sriwijaya, Universitas Manila, and then STKIP Pasundan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let we begin the first sessions. Then, in this first sessions, we will have two kind of keynote speaker. The first is Professor Ben Dyson, PhD, and then the second is Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD. And then to lead this first session, please welcome the moderator Ibu Dewi Purnamasari.
Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to the International Virtual Conference, the second international conference on education and sports science, the first parallel session. This conference is held by Education and Sports Science Study Program of Universitas Bina Dharma, Palembang, Indonesia. The theme of our today's conference is the role of sports science and technology in learning physical education, sports, and health in the era of digitalization. I'm Dewi Purnamasari, the moderator of the first parallel session. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this online conference. Well, I'm going to welcome our two keynote speakers of the first parallel sessions. The first one is Professor Ben Dyson, PhD, from Department of Kinesiology at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, USA. And the second keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD, from the Dean of the Faculty of Sport Science, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. Well, before the presentation begins, let me inform you how the presentation will be going on. The first one, the keynote speaker will be invited to present the material. And after that, there will be a question and answer session. If the participants would like to ask, please leave chat or message of your questions in the chat room. Well, now allow me to welcome the first keynote speaker, Professor Ben Dyson, PhD, under the theme, the development models of information technology-based physical education learning. Without any further ado, allow me to welcome the keynote speaker, Professor Ben Dyson, PhD, to deliver his presentation. Well, Professor Ben Dyson, PhD, the time is yours.
With my area of expertise and find it interesting. So, first of all, I'd like to start with my mountain, which is Aoraki from New Zealand. I'm a New Zealand citizen. Kia ora. That's a greeting in Māori from New Zealand. But also I would like to say salam, greeting in Indonesian. So my research has covered the last 30 years. I received my PhD from Ohio State in 1994. And I have studied areas such as adventure-based learning, school-based cooperative learning, and now I am studying social and emotional learning. I have spent my life I hope you all try to provide some hope. Globally, we are dealing with a pandemic, and my goal is to talk about pedagogy. And what I mean by pedagogy is teaching and learning. So it is what many of you do, teaching and learning, pedagogy of the possible, pedagogy of hope, and also pedagogy which is connected to our area, which I will argue is health and physical education, not just physical education. So my specific aims of my talk this morning for you and this evening for me, it's coming up 10:20 p.m. my time on the East Coast of the United States. I will try to stay awake and engaged. So the specific talk is about my understanding of physical education and health education. And in addition, there's a term that I'm going to define for you in my next slide called social emotional learning. And I will provide my slides, and I have sent them to Ferry, who's the organizer of the conference, and he'll make them available for you to use in the future. So I want to explore some of the research I've done with teachers and students. I've also worked with principals in schools for the last 30 years. And also I'd like to present some instructional strategies, or what I would call pedagogical practices. It's a term, but it means the same thing in HPE, or health and physical education. And it's to do with developing social emotional learning. And this is extremely important with our students coming back from COVID and from the pandemic. I was in a school meeting today with an elementary school, which is about 30 minutes north of where I am in Greensboro. And I'm starting research on social emotional learning with the school leaders and the teachers there on Monday. So I practice what I preach. I will be there on Monday. So social emotional learning, what is that? And if you Google social emotional learning, if you go to Google Scholar, you will see there are hundreds and hundreds of hits on this. So I'm going to write a paper on this shortly. I have written some papers on it, but just to define it quickly, it's the affective domain of learning, but it's also connected. It's very complicated. It's also connected to the cognitive domain of learning and the physical domain of learning, our domain of learning, physical education. In education, we have competencies. Some of those competencies are relationship skills. And one of my former PhD students, who is now back in Indonesia, Dr. Sari Kamina, has told me that gotong royong is a term that you'll use in Indonesian, and I'm probably mispronouncing it, but it's to do with consensus and decision making. And as you can see, that's the last part of what we're talking about here in terms of competencies. In addition, we have self-awareness, we have social awareness, we have self-management, and we have responsible decision-making. Sorry. In addition to that, we're talking about developing social skills and emotional skills. So I'll move on. I hope I'm not talking too quickly. If I am, please bear with me. So social emotional learning has gained a great amount of attention from educators and policymakers in recent years. All you have to do is look at any new policy statements, and they will have social and emotional learning components. In health education and physical education, it has been promoted as an appropriate context where students and teachers can develop social and emotional skills and create positive learning environments for their students. So that's what I'm going to talk about this evening. So I just wanted to give you an example. In my recent research with teachers in the United States, I have interviewed and talked to teachers from a number of different states, and these are 5 of the themes or 5 of the main concepts that they've talked about. They've talked about empathy and communication, recognizing and managing emotions. They've talked about play as an important concept in health and physical education. Every time I touch something, it moves forward, sorry, apologize. They've talked about context, and they've talked about professional development needed. So I'm going to move through these quotes and themes from teachers. But before I do that, I want to try to relate to you as an audience. There are about 400 or 500 people listening, and many of you are good educators. You are good teachers, you are good teacher educators, you are good coaches, you're good parents. And I'm going to suggest that the teachers that I've talked to are saying some things that you might relate to. The first thing, I would say, when you are doing a good job, you are empathetic with your students, which is good communication. I would also argue that when you can recognize and manage students' emotions and recognize them and help them, then you're doing a good job. I would argue that if you allow your students to play and it leads to physical or social or emotional development, then you're doing a good job as an educator. You know and understand different situations, and you understand different contexts, and that is why you're a teacher. And also, or you're a coach, or you're a teacher educator.
SD mana? Sekolahnya instansi SD 57.
And you are involved in ongoing professional development and your own learning. So, this is a quote from a teacher. Her name's, I've made up the name, her name's Priscilla, grade 3-5, and she's a PE teacher in New England, which is the east side of the United States, northeast side. So she has said, cooperative learning model allows students to practice this SEL, which is their social and emotional learning skills, in real life situations during physical education classes. And this is encouraged when they chat to each other in their small groups. And if any of you know about cooperative learning, and I hope many of you do, and if you don't, you can email me, or you can email Dr. Sari Kamina, who is listening now, who's just finished her PhD on cooperative learning as a pedagogical practice at the University of Auckland in New Zealand, and I was one of her supervisors. So cooperative learning. And so this is hopefully something you can relate to. And I would like to try to pronounce that, but I'll probably get it wrong. But the word cooperative learning in Indonesian is this. And it also has an Indonesian meaning of, in English we say harmony, but in Indonesian you pronounce this slightly different, and your way of pronouncing it is, from my understanding, harmone. Harmone. And as I said, one of my former PhD students who's now a doctor in Indonesia, Dr. Sari Kamina, allowed me to use some of her words from her dissertation on this, her PhD. So I'm going to move on with some other teacher quotes. So recognizing and managing emotions. So this is a quote from a teacher. Her name is Prue, and she's at the West Coast of the United States. She's a grade 3 teacher. Students are taught to recognize and manage their emotions working with a team. Break areas are created in the gym for students to regroup and to return to their group after 2 minutes of calming themselves. Doing a finger maze or heavy lifting or a heavy exercise activity. And this would be after a student is having a difficult time, and this is a way to manage their emotions. It's a strategy or technique this teacher, Prue, used. An example for you. Play. So a teacher, Jackie, who is in the mid-south of the United States, that's sort of like the Ohio area. Play is underrated. When I was a kid, we played until dusk. So dusk as in meaning when the sun went down. Playing forced us to talk to each other and helped us work out our problems. So, you know, when Susie steals a ball or Renee kicks me, students have to work out their problems. So the idea of if we allow students to play in a structured manner, that helps them figure out their learning problems and issues. Moving on, context matters. It's all about the context. These kids are from high-risk situations. They need to be nurtured and cared for. They need to know that they belong, that they are part of this school, and that we care about them. And this was Lizzie from also the West Coast of the United States. West Coast of the United States is areas like California. Moving on. This is now the Southeast. So that's near where I live in North Carolina or in Florida. Professional development is needed. And I'm a big fan of professional development, and a few of my slides that are coming up. Now, I don't have too many more slides, but I hope you can follow me. But I'm going to talk about professional development. But PE teachers must continue to seek professional development on social emotional learning, specifically within physical education. Many PE teachers already have established practices that infuse social emotional learning concepts, and they don't even realize it. So they don't, what she is saying, what Viv is saying is the teachers don't even realize that they're using social emotional learning concepts. Many of you probably use or will use social emotional learning concepts like self-awareness and social awareness and relationship building, because it's important to you as a teacher and a coach. With ongoing professional development, a teacher can gain the capacity to truly bridge physical education and social emotional learning concepts to transcend student learning in physical education. I think that's a great quote from Viv. Okay, moving on. So what is this creative pedagogy I'm talking about? I'm talking about you working in your context, whether you're a teacher educator, whether you are online, as you will be in the fall because your kids aren't coming back to school, or whether you are like the teachers I talked to today at Moss Street Partnership School, which is in North Carolina, and the kids, the 350 kids, the elementary students, will be coming back on Monday. So my challenge to you is for you to learn more about this. And this is pedagogy the possible. And I'm just going to talk about that for a minute. So one of my strategies that I've written about in some papers that I've written that I could probably send you if the organizers want me to, is strategies to facilitate knowledge and understanding. So first of all, you have to find a friend. You have to start small with your idea, your unit of work. You have to choose your favorite content and your lesson experiences or your movement activities. You have to make it your own. It has to be something you want to do, and then the students learn from that. I think you have to think playfully, as I talked about earlier. I think play is undervalued. We don't play enough. I don't play enough. You probably don't play enough. We're all better off when we play more. We need to think outside the box. Play helps us be creative and think outside the box. And you need to find company. And one thing you've got to do is that you have to be nice to yourself. You have to be kind to yourself. And that's what social emotional learning is. And you have to be prepared to make mistakes and not too big. So keep it simple. A few more slides. This is a picture of me at Pepitoi South School in Auckland, New Zealand. And I'm here with students. And here we have a teacher and we have the deputy principal, Sue and Carrie. And I'm working with the students. So I do actually work in schools with teachers, with kids. I don't just sit at the university. So implications of this research suggest that health and physical education is uniquely positioned to address social emotional learning development of the whole child from a humanistic perspective and approach to education, using strategies like cooperative learning. What we need to do is increase the focus on social emotional learning, I believe, in health and physical education, particularly, especially through creative play and innovative pedagogical models. And I think they have the potential to impact the development of positive climate. And I mean positive school climate in the classroom, in the school, but also in the community. And I'm almost finished, folks. I really like this quote from Linda Darling Hammond, who is a famous educator in the United States. If you've read much research on professional development or professional learning communities, you would have seen her name. She runs a think tank called the Aspen Institute. And so what she said was, the development of sustainable curriculum renewal through professional learning communities or professional learning groups is extremely important. And I agree with her. So what I want to finish with is my family. This is Lily. This is myself. This is my beautiful wife, Lisa. This is my son, Brennan. They're all in the house right now upstairs. They're all packing because my daughter's going off to university in New Jersey at Seton Hall, and my son's going off to live in New York City tomorrow. Thank you. Rima Kusha. So I would like to thank you, and I would like to give thanks to Dr. Sari Kamina for her help. I hope I didn't mispronounce the words too much. Terima Karishma.
Terima kasih.
Salam.
Sama-sama.
Any questions, folks?
Thank you very much for giving us informative and very interesting
I
presentation.
wasn't too boring.
Professor Bandisen, PhD.
It was great, Ben. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Salam and terima kasih.
Yeah, you're doing well.
Where do you live?
I am happy to answer emails from people, and Ferry, the organizer, I know has my email. So does Sari, and so does the wonderful presenter who's coming up next, Dr. Tandayo Rahasio. How do you say your last name?
Tandio Rahayu.
Hario is coming up next, the Dean. I'll let her start. And then
Rahayu.
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 Fabulous.
Yes, right.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Ben PhD, for giving us a very informative and interesting presentation about pedagogy of the possible in physical education. Well, now it's time for the discussion session. As we can see in chat room, there are some questions toward the presentation of Professor Ben PhD. The first question from Sujarwo, Indonesia, from Indonesia, Professor. The question is, how we develop the social and emotional learning if we doing online learning in pandemic situation?
They develop a relationship with their students, and they make their students feel welcome and appreciated, and they make their students feel that they belong. I know that it is very difficult to teach online, but I think what we need to do is, I would argue that in cooperative learning, we break students into groups of 4 to 6 manageable sized groups. So I would argue and suggest you break your students into smaller groups so they can talk about an issue, and then they could actually plan to do physical activity, or they could plan to go somewhere and participate in an activity, or they could plan to go for a hike, or they could plan to do something that is connected to the curriculum. They could create a dance together, and then they could try to perform the dance together. I mean, these kids are fantastic at technology. I bet they would love to use their, iPhone or whatever phone they've got, and videotape themselves, and then share it on all their ways of sharing, like their Snapchat and their Instagram and their, my daughter says, Dad, you don't know what Snapchat is, you can't do it, but I'm sure that they can do it. So I would say we just need to be very creative, but we are physical educators, and we're in the area of health and physical education. And we need to make sure that we help and facilitate our students learning how to do that. I know it's difficult, but the folks that are doing it well, whoever is doing it well in your area, the teachers at your school, or the teacher educators, or the coaches, you need to grab those ideas and use them. And I would argue that if we work together on this, that notion of gotong royong, consensus decision making, if you can do that, then you will be able to achieve so much more. And I hope I've answered the question, and I'm happy to email you about it. I know it's very complicated. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. That was the first question. The second question.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The second question is from Sari Karmina, Indonesia. Professor Disen, what would you recommend to Indonesian teachers to promote social emotional well-being during online learning, and how can we maximize cooperative?
Sorry, any other questions?
Okay, please wait a second. The second question. What would you recommend to Indonesian teachers to promote social emotional well-being doing online learning, and how can we maximize cooperative learning in PE for online learning? As you can see on the screen, Professor, the question number 2 from Sari Karmina, Indonesia.
Mine. She is the person I referred to in my presentation. And I appreciate her question.
Saya masih online, Mbak. Mas, maaf ya, lagi meeting online ini. Ya, ya.
So with cooperative learning, I would recommend first that you create small groups for the students, and they have these base groups that they work in, and they operate from them, and they help each other learn, and then they hold each other accountable for the work that they do. An example of this would be learning teams. And the learning teams are any small team that works together. So what we would have to do is have to set that up online, and you could set that up initially as a breakout room online, and then hopefully you could get the kids to work, the students to work together in that small group to achieve some kind of task or some goal. And some of the things I mentioned earlier were you could get them to create a dance, you could get them to create a routine, and whatever activity that you think is most important, you could get them to create a diet, a food log, or you could ask them to create a exercise circuit. These are some of the ideas or suggestions you could anything else?
Okay. Okay, the third question, maybe this question is from the floor, here from Bina Dharma. The question is, before the COVID-19 pandemic, children often do traditional play near their houses. But now, parents disallow children to play outside to decrease the spread of COVID-19 virus, as we call as physical distancing. What can we do as PE teacher to promote the play to the students, or what activities can the children do during this pandemic? Yeah. Thank you, Professor.
They cannot be outside. So if they can be outside at all, I know that there are certain times when they can be. I would recommend that we encourage them to get out there and be with their friends or their mates if they're allowed to. If they're not allowed to be outside at all, and in the United States it seems like at the moment they are allowed to be outside, but maybe there are different regulations in Indonesia that the students try to create their own form of play or their own activities in their bedrooms or around their houses. If their family have a garden, I would recommend that they work in the garden or work to do chores. I know that I'm a big gardener, so when I do gardening, it's part of what I do. So I guess what I'm saying is we need to be very creative about trying to think of things that they could do, whether it is chores around the house, cleaning, whether it is gardening, whether it is working on some family activity that the kids can work on together if there is more than one child in the house. I don't have all the answers to these questions, obviously, but I think that we underestimate the creativity of our children. And I think what we need to do is we need to rely more on trying to challenge them to think more creatively. And when we do see examples of kids being creative, I had a silver ball and could look into it and could provide answers that would really satisfy you. All I can say is all the good things that you see are happening in your house and in your community and in your school, you need to keep working on those and share those ideas so that everybody else can benefit from those. And please feel free to email me, and I'll share all the ideas I can in the coming months. And please take note of all the scholars and academics that are at this presentation. Our next presenter is very knowledgeable and is a dean of a School of Health and Physical Education, and there is a professor from Malaysia and the Philippines. So ask them these questions as well, and hopefully together we can try to solve some of these issues.
Thank you very much, Professor Ben Dicen, PhD. Well, I see that there are still many questions in the chat room, but due to the time limit, I think the questions of the participants can be asked via email or in another chance. Well, we're going to thank you very much, Professor Ben Dicen, PhD, for a very inspiring and also interesting presentation about pedagogy of the possible in physical education. Well, now I'd like to welcome our second keynote speaker, the Dean of the Faculty of Sports Science, State University of Semarang, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD. She's going to present her presentation under the theme, The Implementation Strategy of Physical Education in the Era of Digitalization. Without any further ado, now let me allow me to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD. The time is yours.
Give you the floor, so I was just going to mute myself and drop the video, but thank you very much. Salam.
I didn't manage to see you in Auckland years ago. Hopefully, I can get to see you in person after the pandemic is over.
Yes, you're welcome to visit me anytime in North Carolina, and I will host you and your colleagues. And it was wonderful that you and several of your colleagues could go to the ICEP conference in Canada recently. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Terishma.
Okay. Yeah. You have wishes from Zulfa.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Best wishes back.
Yeah, I will deliver your wishes to her. Me, MC, should I'm sorry. I want to share my screen. Sorry. see my slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Yes, we are
For
seeing.
I don't know the name of the MC. Hello, Miss
Yes,
MC.
yes, ma'am, we can see
Or
your slide.
hello.
Yeah, hello.
I just want to ask, should I deliver my presentation in English or in Indonesian language?
Both are okay, Professor.
Hello,
Yeah, hello.
Mbak. Saya presentasi dalam bahasa Inggris atau
Indonesian or English is okay, Professor.
Silakan pilih aja.
oh gitu. Baik. Eh,
Please
ini
choose.
apakah ada peserta dari luar negeri pesertanya? Oke. Ah, oke. Thank you, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, for the honorable rector or vice rector of Binaguna Palembang, honorable speaker from want to present my presentation about how does physical education survive in the era of digitalization. Of course, all of my case here is case in Indonesia. So I hope that what I want to share is well known by all participants here. Okay, this is the factual conditions of physical education in Indonesia. Saya akan berbicara campur-campur karena tampaknya semua peserta dapat lebih diapresiasi oleh seluruh peserta di acara konferensi ini. Kita menghadapi kondisi faktual di lapangan atas kondisi pendidikan jasmani di Indonesia. Paling tidak saat ini kita berhadapan dengan 4 kondisi. Yang pertama, the first condition is a compulsory subject about the physical education. Physical education in Indonesia is a compulsory subject from elementary school to high school. Second condition is lack of facilities. We all know that it has become commonplace in Indonesia that most of our schools do not have a proper physical education facilities. The third one, physical education within the national curriculum framework. There are several obstacles of physical education to carry out the mandate of the national education curriculum. And the fourth one is the digital disruption condition that all we know today we have have a big step to catch the development of digital technology in our daily life. The speed of change in all aspects of life due to the digital disruption is greatly affect the practice of physical education. From the first fact that we face today about the physical education is physical education is compulsory subject at all levels and all type of education from capital to form a healthy body and soul from infancy to adolescence. So this is the good one about the position of physical education in our curriculum. However, this benefit sometimes cannot be realized because of the many obstacles and limitation in many aspects. One of them is the ability of the physical education teachers to interpret the curriculum content into the learning practices. So, teman-teman mahasiswa keolahragaan maupun guru pendidikan jasmani yang hadir di ruang ini adalah fakta yang kita hadapi bersama, bahwa sebenarnya physical education ini, pendidikan jasmani ini memiliki posisi yang sangat strategis, ya, karena ada di semua jenjang pendidikan, semua jenjang, semua jenis pendidikan. Tidak semua mata pelajaran itu ada di semua jenis dan jenjang pendidikan maupun jalur pendidikan, jalur formal, informal, ya. Tapi physical education, pendidikan jasmani itu ada di mana-mana. Namun faktanya sampai dengan hari ini physical education, pendidikan jasmani belum terlaksana secara baik sesuai harapan, dan itu yang saat ini kita hadapi. Yang kedua, second one is lack of facilities. We all know about many schools in Indonesia have not adequate infrastructure to carry out physical education practices. School buildings, although in urban areas, are built on limited land, limited area. So, physical activities area are not wide enough. Kita banyak melihat bahwa terutama di perkotaan, ya, lapangan untuk pendidikan jasmani itu tidak cukup luas. Kadang-kadang hanya seluas lapangan basket, itu pun dalam sekali kesempatan bisa dipakai oleh lebih dari satu kelas.
Recording in progress.
In addition to facilities, physical education learning media are also not available as they should be. For example, the practice of playing basketball from elementary school to high school use the same ball. Especially, this will be happen if that school, especially private school, actually they have elementary school, secondary school, and high school in the same place. Then they just have a teacher or two teachers of physical education who teach from elementary to high school. Kita banyak menjumpai, terutama di sekolah-sekolah swasta, ya, sekolahnya itu ada sekolah SD, SMP, SMA menjadi satu, dan guru pendidikan jasmaninya hanya satu atau dua, yang seluruhnya mengajar SD, SMP maupun SMA. Ini masih banyak kita jumpai di negara kita. Ya, ini saya melihat ada distraction ya, yang coret-coret. Oke. Baik. Pendidikan jasmani itu wajib, tetapi kadang-kadang mengajarnya tidak sesuai dengan apa tahapan belajar. The third fact that we face in Indonesia. So ini teman-teman, ini adalah yang saya maksud di sini adalah kurikulum 2013, 2013 curriculum. Scientific approach is an approach that integrating student attitude, skill, and knowledge by implementing, observing, questioning, experimenting, associating, and communicating on teaching learning process. Nah, disinilah scientific approach yang harus dipakai oleh semua, diterapkan di dalam semua pembelajaran di dalam kurikulum 2013. Some trouble arise during the implementation, especially in physical education subject. Jadi banyak mata pelajaran lain itu dengan penerapan scientific approach. Ya. Yang banyak bermasalah di dalam penerapan mata pelajaran yang banyak praktiknya. Yang pertama physical education, yang kedua pendidikan seni, baik seni lukis, seni tari, seni suara, itu susah untuk mengimplementasikan scientific approach. Although the scientific approach offer a significant breakthrough for improving the quality of teaching, there were still some obstacles faced by teachers, Many physical education teachers are mistaken in implementing the scientific approach. They set aside about 10 to 15 minutes of practice hours to sit down and discuss the scientific aspect of the material given. Other than 15 minutes is actually less to gain theoretical understanding about the subject matter being discussed. The 15 minutes is very valuable to move, considering the time available for physical education subjects in Indonesia is only about 3 hours lesson per week, about 115 minutes only. Okay, furthermore, the fourth one, factual condition that we face together, since the digital technology can be accessed and operate via the mobile phones, our handphones, people lifestyles have changed very quickly and in a very short time. Today, the problem is no longer how to keep our children away from gadgets so they can study properly. This is the problem about maybe 5 to 10 years ago. We all panic about this, and always day to day we ask how to keep our children away from gadgets so they can study properly. Yeah, but how we all the problem now is how we all have to adapt so that gadget can be used for learning. How digital technology can be useful to help the learning process. Before COVID-19 ruled our world, there were many lessons that use digital technology as a tool and a medium in Indonesia, but not with physical education subject. So this COVID has changed our life. Yeah, now all of us, we need the gadget with the proper platform to continue our life, to continue our learning process. So we cannot hinder anymore from the gadget, because today all of our students, especially in Indonesia, we still learn from home, work from home. So we need at least handphone to give the connect to our community. The questions then is why physical education left behind to adapt to the times. Many physical education teachers, sorry to say, many education teachers are old-fashioned to teach physical education practices. Just like when he studies and practices physical education in school. There is an assumption that teaching physical education by utilizing digital technology is impossible and violates the nature of the movement learning. Ini adalah fakta teman-teman yang kita hadapi bersama. Saya juga melakukan beberapa penelitian tentang ini dan data menunjukkan bahwa tidak banyak, ini sebelum pandemi ya, tidak banyak guru pendidikan jasmani itu yang mau move on, yang mau memanfaatkan teknologi digital untuk membantu proses pembelajaran. Asumsinya selalu, anggapannya selalu nggak bisa. Kalau pendidikan jasmani itu harus face to face. Ya, tetapi zaman terus berubah. Kalau kita tidak segera menyesuaikan diri, maka akan tetap tertinggal jauh dibanding mata pelajaran yang lain. Today in Indonesia, still not many physical education teachers have mastered digital technology, including operating sophisticated features in their gadget. Ya ini fakta begitu ya. Kita kalau pegang handphone bisa harganya puluhan juta, tetapi tidak banyak aplikasi di dalamnya itu yang dioperasikan secara maksimal untuk kebutuhan sehari-hari maupun kebutuhan dalam bekerja. Dan itu adalah hal yang kita hadapi sehari-hari. Ironically, nowadays, the whole world has to organize learning from home. Then the heaviest blow is felt by physical education. Ini dalam 2 tahun terakhir ini, pendidikan jasmani merupakan salah satu mata pelajaran yang memang terkena dampak yang luar biasa atas pandemi COVID-19. Pada saat pelajaran lain sudah berjalan, bisa gurunya mengajar melalui laptop, melalui handphone, guru pendidikan jasmani masih terus berusaha untuk beradaptasi. Dan ini menjadi hal yang sangat sulit, karena sebelumnya tidak banyak dari mereka yang menguasai teknologi digital. This is one of the answers, only one, just an alternative. Jawaban dari situasi ini adalah blended learning di dalam pendidikan jasmani. Ini hanya salah satu jawaban yang bisa dipilih kalau memang dihadapi situasi di mana dibutuhkan solusi untuk melaksanakan menyelenggarakan pendidikan jasmani dengan memanfaatkan digital technology. Blended learning is the answer or solution that can bridge the gap and backwardness in physical education instructional process. In this context, what is meant by blended learning is that the learning combined between online and offline activities. Teachers continue to interact with the students, both face-to-face and virtually. We offer 3 types of blended learning approach in physical education. Just for your information that me and my team developed these 3 kind of blended learning types before the pandemic hit us. So this development, blended learning development, we did it during 2018, 2019, so before the pandemic hit us. But then the pandemic come to our world, then this type of blended learning can be very useful to conduct physical education activities. 3 types of blended learning here is one, a method that requires teachers to make a video as a learning media and upload it in offline online application, so the students can download it and learn about the movement before the D-Day of the class. Jadi untuk tipe 1, teman-teman sekalian ada 3 tipe. Tipe yang pertama itu gurunya membuat video pembelajaran, membuat sendiri. Jadi gurunya yang ngomong, yang menjelaskan, yang memberi contoh gerakan, direkam, kemudian diupload ke platform-platform tertentu, ya kayak Google Classroom atau apa yang bisa dipakai secara offline maupun online. Direkam dulu, diupload dulu ke YouTube misalnya. Kemudian the second type is require students to make a video recording of their movement and upload it in Google Classroom. Then they will do a peer analysis and teacher can give feedback about their analysis. Jadi itu kalau tipe pertama gurunya yang memberi contoh gerakan melalui video, menjelaskan melalui video dan siswa mendengarkan. Ini diberikan sebelum kelas pelajaran jasmani jadwalnya berlangsung. Tipe yang kedua, siswanya yang secara berkelompok diberi tugas untuk membuat video. Jadi ditugaskan lakukan misalnya lakukan gerakan dribble dengan layup gitu ya. Nanti secara berkelompok mereka akan membuat video dan saling merekam. Kemudian rekamannya diunggah ke Google Classroom dan didiskusikan. Mendiskusikan gerakan yang salah, gerakan yang benar, bagaimana yang seharusnya, dan ini bisa dikerjakan. Ini juga bagian sebetulnya dari scientific approach yang harus diimplementasi oleh pelajaran pendidikan jasmani. Jadi scientific approach-nya tidak dikerjakan secara tatap muka, tetapi dikerjakan secara virtual. Dan it works. Ya, ini bisa dilakukan. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah guru mencari video yang menampilkan pemain atau gerakan-gerakan dari para profesional. Ya, requires teacher to look for a professional video in YouTube or other platform and share it to students so they can analyze, including to learn and practice the movement. Jadi kalau yang ketiga ini contohnya bukan dari guru, tapi contohnya dari profesional. Then teacher will give feedback during the class. Jadi teman-teman sekalian, 3 types ini tidak melepas para siswa untuk belajar sendiri, tidak. Guru tetap keep in touch dengan dengan para siswanya, dan diselang-seling memang tetap ada tatap muka. Ini tentu kita kalau bicara tatap muka adalah bicara nanti sebelum atau sesudah pandemi ya. Tapi intinya di dalam tipe yang kami kembangkan ini memang sebelum pandemi dan masih bisa ketemu antara guru dengan peserta didik. And these 3 types works well, yes, they works well. Karena di dalam pengembangan ini kemudian kami melakukan evaluasi dan hasilnya adalah menunjukkan bahwa mostly all of the student and teachers are welcome with the 3 kind of teaching approach. Hanya beberapa yang tampak barnya ini tinggi-tinggi, ini semua yang rendah ini adalah jawaban negatif gitu ya. Tetapi ada satu respons di sini yang ya jawabannya sangat moderat begitu, yang terkait dengan media suitability on class. Jadi kalau misalnya harus mengunduh video begitu. Mengunduh video kalau dilakukan di sekolah itu memang banyak kendala karena tidak semua sekolah memiliki internet yang memadai untuk kepentingan tersebut. Sementara untuk aspek-aspek yang lain itu ternyata anak-anak, penelitian ini kami laksanakan di SMA ya, ternyata anak-anak ini sangat menikmati proses pembelajaran dengan blended learning. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan, kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Thank you for your kind attention. Saya kembalikan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Tandio Rahayu MPD, for the enlightening and very informative presentation. Well, now it's time for the discussion session. We have already written 3 questions to Professor. Well, the first question, Professor, this is from Sujarwo, Indonesia. The question is, bagaimana upaya yang Profesor Tandio lakukan terkait calon guru penjas di FIK UNES membekali mereka untuk mengajar di era digital ini?
Harusnya dikembalikan pada dirinya sendiri. Mas Jarwo ini, Pak Jarwo, Bapak Dr. Jarwo ini adalah dosen dari Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Ya, Mr. Dr. Sujarwo is lecturer in Faculty of Physical of
Sport Science. Masih mute, Prof.
Oh, so sorry. Okay. I would like to announce that Dr. Sujarwo is a lecturer from Faculty of Sport Science, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Yogyakarta State University. So, Dr. Sujarwo, the answer is back to you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Jadi, what should we do about the physical education teacher for PETE, right? For physical education, teacher education, how to bring them to have a accomplished master in digital technology. So, Mr. Sujarwo, especially in Semarang, in my university, since about 5 years ago, we have a platform named Elena. So all students in my university, they can use their gadget for learning before the pandemic, because we use the Elena e-learning platform made by our university to conduct distance learning for some purposes, yeah, since about maybe 5 years ago. So they know they can use their gadget to conduct teaching and learning as well in the university or during their internship in school. Jadi memang kami di Universitas Negeri Semarang, bukan hanya FIK, sudah cukup terbiasa menyelenggarakan e-learning. Kami punya platform namanya Elena, gitu, di mana perkuliahan bisa dilangsungkan secara online. Online baik real time maupun rekaman. Jadi cukup familiar dengan digitalization.
Okay, thank you, Prof. We also have e-learning in our university, and we use e-learning also. Its name be Smart in our university, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Berikut,
thank you.
Mbak. Ada lagi?
Yeah, thank you, Professor. The second question is from Diana, Indonesia. The question is, the students' motivation to study PE in the village and region is still low due to the lack of facilities and equipments for PE. There has been many models applied, especially in the digitalization era, where students are unable to study directly, but only through virtual meeting. What can the teachers do to improve students' motivation, especially the students who live in the village and region, so the goal of PE will be achieved?
Suaranya kok mendengung, saya kurang motivasi ya,
motivasi untuk student yang berada di village atau di desa, Profesor.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's not the problem is not in the village or in the town, right? On the big town, big city, but the problem is about how to motivate the students to move or to learn physical education through online, right? Jadi masalahnya bukan hanya di desa atau di kota, tetapi bagaimana membuat pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani menarik dan anak-anak termotivasi untuk belajar. In my experience, dari pengalaman saya,
dokter kita di kakak di situ dong.
Maaf, suaranya menggema di telinga saya. Baik, saya lanjutkan. Jadi dari beberapa pengalaman saya, pengalamannya tentu karena saya juga sudah mungkin ada 20-30 tahun terakhir tidak mengajar di sekolah ya. Saya tidak tidak bisa memberi contoh yang real begitu. Tetapi dari pengalaman mensuggest gitu ya, mensuggest mahasiswa saya yang sedang praktis, sedang internship, bagaimana membuat siswa itu tetap bersemangat untuk bergerak, gitu. Terutama di situasi pandemik, di mana all of us should be stay at home and work and at home, also learn and teach from home. Jadi ini yang saya berikan, saya suggestkan, berilah tugas berat, give them tugas gerak ya, memberikan tugas gerak dengan melibatkan orang-orang di sekitar mereka, dengan melibatkan orang tuanya, ya. So you can ask your student to try to have maybe bentar kok jadi lupa, dribbling or make some movement with the collaboration with their parents or their siblings. Ya, semua ada di rumah. Jadi mainlah lempar tangkap dengan adikmu. Mainlah lempar tangkap dengan kakakmu, dengan orang tuamu, dengan siapa saja yang ada di rumah. Nah, itu dalam beberapa kasus pada saat itu dilaksanakan, bukan saya yang melaksanakan terus terang, karena saya tidak sedang berada di posisi keep in touch dengan siswa di sekolah, tetapi beberapa mahasiswa saya yang sedang melakukan internship dengan solusi semacam itu ternyata cukup menarik bagi anak-anak untuk bermain bersama orang tuanya. Kapan lagi mau lempar tangkap sama orang tuanya kalau tidak melaksanakan tugas dari guru? Ya, jadi melibatkan mungkin Pak Guru, Bu Gurunya bisa memahami dulu situasi yang ada di rumah siswanya. Kamu di rumah ada siapa saja gitu, ada bapaknya, ada ibunya, bekerja enggak bekerja karena semua work from home gitu. Jadi lempar tangkap dengan ibunya, lempar tangkap dengan bapaknya, main apa kalau orang Jawa lama-lamaan itu apa ya? Siapa yang bisa bertahan, melakukan lompat-lompat misalnya. Tinggi-tinggian melompat, meraih sesuatu. Jadi tugas-tugas gerak sebetulnya bisa tetap dikerjakan dengan partner orang-orang yang ada di rumah. Dan itu cukup memotivasi loh. Kapan lagi anak-anak itu bermain-main dengan orang tuanya, dengan kakak adiknya. Di zaman semacam ini, seperti ini, itu adalah sesuatu. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan, Mbak.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Professor. Now, the last question, Professor Tandio, from Rahmat Badarat, from FKIP Unismuh Banggai. The question is, seandainya kita mau magang di sekolah dan kita kuliahnya online, bagaimana cara memaparkan materi untuk siswa? Karena kita sendiri kuliah online dan di jurusan penjas banyak prakteknya. That's the question, Professor. Untuk siswa karena kita sendiri kuliahnya online dan sedangkan di jurusan penjas itu banyak sekali prakteknya.
Selama ini yang berlangsung adalah ya memang online begitu, tetapi online kan juga bisa ada di posisi seperti ini, menempatkan kamera kita pada posisi tertentu dan kita menunjukkan gerakan kita. Bergerak tetap tentu dengan catatan anak-anak ini jangan diberi tugas yang membahayakan. Misalnya disuruh mencoba masuk ke kolam renang gitu, ya jangan, tidak boleh itu, bahaya karena membahayakan. Ya, tugas geraknya tentu harus tugas gerak yang aman. Satu hal, saya tadi mengatakan bisa dengan kamera. Kamera seperti sekarang kita virtual meeting bisa dengan melakukan gerakan-gerakan tertentu dengan masuk ke dalam kamera. Tetapi bisa aja kalau begitu kan menghabiskan pulsa gitu, menghabiskan data. Oke. Untuk anak-anak sekolah, sebetulnya kondisi ini merupakan kondisi yang positif untuk kita semua. Di mana di masa sekarang ini interaksi komunikasi antara anak-anak dengan orang tua dan dengan sekolah itu tidak cukup intensif. Pada konteks ini, alangkah baiknya kalau guru dan orang tua itu bisa bekerja sama. Bekerja sama dalam hal apa? Dalam hal pada saat Pak Guru atau Ibu Guru memberikan tugas kepada peserta didik, komunikasikan dengan orang tua. Orang tua ini nantinya akan membantu melaporkan kepada guru apakah tugas geraknya sudah dikerjakan atau belum. Tentu Pak Guru dan Bu Guru juga harus memodifikasi tujuan pembelajaran. Capaian belajarnya tentu harus disesuaikan. Jangan ideal seperti zaman normal. Saya kira itu, Mbak. Satu hal saya ingin menjawab acara. Thank you for your questions. On this question, during pandemic, I think PE teacher will stimulate students to physical activity along with homework or actively. Yes, I agree with this. And I also explain the same thing to my Indonesian participant. But this one, acara, I also tell them that we as a teacher should have a good communication with parents at home. So the parents, they will look after the students to do their homework. So we cannot look after our students during their physical activity at home. So we should communicate with their parents to observe what their children do at home. Thank you, Acara. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
I agree
much.
with you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tandio Rahayu MPD, for such a great presentation and also answer. Well, this is the end of the first parallel seminar. I'd like to thank to all the keynote speakers, Professor Ben Disen, PhD, for giving us a presentation about a possible pedagogy in physical education, especially in this pandemic era. And for our second keynote speaker, Professor Tandio Rahayu MPD, for giving us a very enlightenment presentation about how does physical education survive in the era, in the digital era, especially. Well, I'd like us to give a big round of applause to our keynote speakers of the first parallel session. Well, before I end the first parallel session, I'd like everyone to please have a good a position or posture, because we're going to take a picture of you in this Zoom meeting. Yeah, please, participants, please show us your camera. Turn the camera on. Yeah, very good. We can see everyone from the screen. Yeah. Okay. Ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Wait. One more time. Oh, okay. Okay. Ready, Miss? Okay, please a second. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Next. All right. Okay, please show us your smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Finish, miss. One more. Okay, one more time, please. Yeah, because there are so many participants, yeah, the speakers, the participants of the seminar, and also the presenters too. Okay, thank you very much for the keynote speaker of the first parallel, and also the participants who have already giving a big active ask question, yeah, showing the active that you are very active, and also well, I'd like to, before I close this first parallel session, I'd like to thank Bank Sumsel Babel, our sponsor of this conference, and also this conference is supported by University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Kazakh University, the University of North Carolina, UNES, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Sriwijaya, Pontifical and Royal University of Santo Thomas, and STKIP Pasundan. And also our indexing publication, Scopus, Sinta, Google Scholar, Directory of Open Access Journal or DOAJ, and Riset and Inovasi Expo UBD. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much. That was the first sections of the keynote speaker presentation presented by Professor Ben Dyson, PhD, and then Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD. And then now let we go to the second section of the presentation of the keynote speaker. The first presenter will be Acara Purakom, PhD from Thailand, and then the second will be Dr. Rosita Ibrahim from Malaysia. And then this session will be led by Anissa Nur Islamia. Time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second parallel sessions of International Virtual Conference, the second international conference on educations and sports held by Educations and Sport Science Study Program of Universitas Bina Dharma, Palembang, Indonesia. The theme of today's conference is the role of sports science and technology in learning physical educations, sports and health in the era of digitalizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Anissa Nur Islamia, the moderator of the second parallel sessions. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this conference. I'm going to welcome our keynote speakers. The first keynote speakers is Mrs. Achara Purakum, PhD, from Department of Physical Education and Sport, Faculty of Education and Development Science, Kasetsart University, Kampangsan, Campus, Thailand. The second keynote speaker is Dr. Rosita Ibrahim from Faculty of Medicine, UKM, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Before the presentations begins, let me inform how the presentations will be going on. First, the speaker will be invited to present the material. After that, there will be question and answer sessions. If you participants would like to ask, please leave your message in chat room. Well, allow me to welcome the first keynote speaker, Mrs. Achara Purakom, PhD, to deliver her presentations with the theme Health Education's Innovations in Virtual Learning Model. To Mrs. Achara Purakom, PhD, the time is yours.
To present is my topic.
You're welcome.
Well, let me share my slides first. Have you seen my slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, selamat pagi, good morning everybody. So my name is Achara Purakom from Department of Physical Education and Sport, Physical of Education and Development Science, Kasetsart University, Kampangsan Campus, Thailand. So I'm very happy to participate in second in press conference, and I would like to thank you, Unitas, Binadam, and Sumatera, and my friends, Dr. Tanyo, to invite me to speak in the topic of health education, innovations in virtual learning models. Let me show you is my campus in Kasetsart University, Thailand. So we are the second campus of the Kasetsart University. So we are far from Bangkok, around 1 hour by car. So right now it's like it's your university. We are close and we work from home. So and also I doing the innovative holistic physical activity learning center for elderly, so that we done the center for 5 years ago. So right now is we have a lot of the elderly students. Well, today I will present in the key parts of those topics are health education in virtual learning models, and the second one is how to make virtual learning health education classwork, and the last one I was talking about what is expected outcome for virtual learning in the health education. I will try to manage my time for 30 minutes that you give me. Well, let me start with the COVID-19 crisis pandemic. As you know, it created the largest disruptions of education system in history. Well, the data from UN said that it have been effective nearly 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries and all continents that we have to close the school close where the school is closed from the coronavirus. Unfortunately, our schools and other learner space have impact 94% of the world students population.
and up to 99% of the low and lower middle income countries, including this my country. But on the other hand, yes, the crisis has stimulated innovations within the education sectors. Yes, the crisis accelerates. You have to change, right? We have to see the innovative approach in support of the education and training continuity, like Dr. Tanju says earlier. That we have to do like online course or the e-learning or take-home package. Therefore, the teacher or students in many universities have to quickly respond that the situation that I think all of you thinking about that, how to do, how to learn, how to study, how to apply to your work in the future, right? That we develop the innovative learning model and need to quickly and new designs the teachings, the methods and learning expectations. So right now in the era of the digitalization, that is the main topic, the advance of uh, that in the accessibility of digital technology is rapidly going up. That is good chance for us. That is offer the increasing opportunities to develop innovations in health education learning to meet the expectations and requirements of the digital in generation and COVID-19 pandemic situation as well. That we have to take the advantage of these situations to move up to the new digitalizations. And clearly, the emerging digital technologies, strategies in health education is to use the virtual learning in any area. For example, digital web-based in RISE, real-life students or teacher experience in pathology, physiologies, or the psychologies is risk-free environment. So that is good for us. As you know, the virtual learnings, that stands for the VL. I will say it in the VL, the short word of the virtual learning, is the learning experience that is enhanced through utilizing covers or internet with the facility of the educational organizations, the school, university, or any kinds of the college. And VLs can offer the health promotion students, health educators, or the sportsmen to access and revisiting learning materials around for repeating the practice sessions, requires critical decision making and provide immediate feedback, and it's portable. And additions, it will make health education much more reality viable to those who have been in the remote area that in the UNES done right now. And this slide, I will show you the health education in virtual learning models systemic approach that it was applied to convey the practice access for VLs in health education. I conceptualized this model from digital health literacy and VL concept. As you can see, the first circle in the input phase, all of digital platform and utilities needs to be ready in hand, right? You have to internet, you have to need any applications or any kind of the platform to be fulfilled, and the skill to use the digital technology as well. This supposed to be well planned to fit health contents in the lesson plans and curriculums. Anyway, the government all of the countries and partners will provide digital education materials and equipment for students in order to access online educational available. In the second circle, in the process phase, I offer the active learning methods as a major techniques to imply in the health curriculums along with analysis and implementations. All of these operate through active learning activities such as web-based discussion board, or you can use the chat board, wikis, or blogs in the Zoom conference that we did in every university, or some university uses web-based or Google Meet and so on. Educators can create the contents, homework and classwork assignments, and evaluations through online exams, right? We have to like a Google form, or I use is a Kahoot, quizzes to access the students on my class to test the performance and effectiveness of the coursework via the online platforms. And the third circle is the super expected output and outcomes phase. The target students should gain their knowledge, right? We have to gain the knowledge, skill, and attitudes, and digital literacies, as well as digital communication and the language, second language and third language in the 21st century society, including that we teach them to writing in digital formats such as the emails, blogs, as well as create the right forms of social media, such as digital short clip video or the podcast, which actually to help with races among them. Moreover, we have capacity to obtain the process and understand the essential health information, so we need to make appropriate health decisions is very important. And let me explain how to make the VL health education class work. Yes, we have to keep it simple, right? We made the simplified health educations context, smart device applications, and other digital platform comfortable for them. Even we have not enough the smartphone in some areas, but we have to try to do it simply. And the second thing, I think that the teachers should provide the short segments to create the short clip video in YouTube or TikTok that is very popular right now, and all the activity design specialized for health lessons planned in virtual classes. And also the teacher, or I think it's also the students might create engaged lessons, might create active learnings via any kinds of activities in the VL class, and design the projects in the meaningful way. For example, teachers assigned to make the projects how to promote environmental for health among the COVID-19, that is for giving the ideas and to imply in the class. And the fourth thing is we have to create interactive communications amongst students. The teacher, you may simulate the students to engage more in a wearable digital tools. The teachers can switch to be students, and students can switch to be the teacher. It's like a collaborative learning. And we want them to exchange their idea and experience together. And last thing, I think we have to make time for feedback. Of course, this is the most important tool, so make this environment feel natural. Students would feel easily reflects on their thinking. We let them to think, we let them to create, we let them to analyze the health content by themselves. They will also give them the means of the communicate, or just like as were in the face-to-face learning environment, like in the class, in the reality class, that we have to do in the two ways. And I let you the images that you gonna conduct the variety learning in your class, how to do, how to make your class successful. The next slide will show you in the last part of my topic, what is expect outcome in virtual learning. Undoubtedly, virtual learning as a great innovations, health education approach. Yes, it has research education contents and provide self-paced lessons, really. And it also allows students to visualize and reward lecture and presentations to ensure that they can review course like anatomy, biology, or chemistry concept, and other subjects multiple times that they can revise by themselves, like in the brain learnings. And furthermore, students can even be the monitors remote to the device that can anticipate problems and detect the achievements. This slide will show you in the pictures and some picture is in that I conduct in my class. I will let you see this our class is nutrition and health consumer class. Students will explore and create the menu for kids in any the applications and smart device. That's very easy to create the class. And in this websites, I searched in some websites that they conduct virtual reality in their course. Let me show you the websites of the College of Medicine, the University of Nigeria. Is the set of take the medical education to the next level. Is very hard, it's very fantastic class. It's a very fantastic course that they did. Well, they use the advanced education technology to enhance learning for professional students, for the medicine doctors to learn. They use concept of the virtual reality and augmented realities to build and design as immersive, interactive learning experience for students that will be incorporated into the medical curriculums. Students could explore and experience what the virtual learning world offer in terms of the in-depth understandings of the hard medical, physiological, pathological concepts. The college designs and builds these columns, organize course and lessons, and easy to distribute to medical students to access use realities, desktop or mobile device technologies. This is the high technology that they use in universities. And this slide is the second thing that I think is the educational health educations will expect in the course is they have to get the digital and communications skills. Students are able to tune their digital skills while negotiating the online platforms. These tests can be the complete online submission for the box homework or Google Drive, direct email communications with the teachers and also their online peers. This is also the sample from my class that I conduct. I use is the Google Classroom and assign students via the applications, via the Google Drive, via the video that they did to assignment and share in our online class. It's like an active learning that I designed. And these slides I will show you in the elderly students. I use this KU Smart Aging. Before the pandemic, we learned in the face-to-face class, and then after that, our teams we develop the KU Smart Aging. They learn through the YouTube, smart device, and Facebook, Google, and Line. We have the small group in the small class, and they learn in the class via the Line and the digital device. And the third one, I think, is we expect the student have the sense of the freedoms. Students can design their own student space and not worry about the fixed, the fixed schedule. This would work exceptional well for students who struggle from the social environments. It can also elevate the time pressures and distractions of the traditional learning environment. Some students is from the use is the smart device because it's and the Wi-Fi in some places is not available Wi-Fi. We let them to learn by themselves if they have times, or maybe at night they learn by themselves, that they feel free to learn anytime, any place. And the last one, I think that is my optimum expectations. They will have the digital health literacy, which virtual learning would encourage students, to gain their digital health literacy to the degree to which individual have in the ability to find, understand, use information and service to inform health-related decisions and actions for themselves and others. Even though it's very difficult to meet the health literacies, but the teacher will try to many methods, try to many strategies. One thing that is my research, I conduct recently that in the topic of learning package online based on health literacies to promote prevention behavior for virus corona to COVID-19 infections amongst undergrad students in Selatan University of campus, Thailand. We developed the online package course learn is to prevent the COVID-19. We have to the three of I think I can add so far. I remember the six cause. One of first is the cause of the infections, and the second one is how to protect things by themselves, and the third things they learn in the how to think about the promote their good behavior, how to wear the mask, how to wear like that. So the example I conduct the course, the health literacy course for the students. Well, last but not least, that is the reference or the data information you can search furthermore in any kinds of the websites or the reference that I give you later, and you may see in the others researches that talking about the health education in virtual learning models. Finally, I hope that is my topics will inspire all of you adapt yourself into the era of the digitalizations. And thank you very much, and please stay safe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Achara Purakom, PhD, for a very inspiring and informative presentations. Now we have come to the questions and answer sessions. I will read the questions one by one. The first question is from Mr. Sujarwo. The question is, what are the Thailand government policies to support online learning during pandemic? For example, is there any free Wi-Fi or mobile data supported from the government of Thailand?
Of course, the Thailand's government support the Wi-Fi and digital some smartphone or smart device for the students who are the remote area. And for the Wi-Fi, we support for all students. We give the monies is for purchase the Wi-Fi individually, and also we support their parents to take care the student who study at home.
Okay, thank you, Atara.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Achara. Now I will read the second questions. The second question is from Indah Pangastuti. She is from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. The question is how to deal with children who have limited equipment and internet.
It's a common problems in any countries that we not have the students who has enough the equipment, smartphone or Wi-Fi, but also we have the students who live in the remote area, or some area is not access to the Wi-Fi and the internet. So we provide the material is like homework, or the exams by in the papers to them, to let the students take them to their homes and do by themselves, and then in some, and also we ask their parents to teach them and using some smartphone of the parents to share to share the you can say some share the cost. We we teach the parents, and then let the teachers let the parents teach the students later. We do is the board and the board learnings, both sides of learning.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Acara Purakom. And this is the last questions from our campus, Universitas Bina Dharma Palembang. The questions is, in our campus, especially in sports education study program, has sport message as one of the subjects during this pandemic. Sports message must be done in offline class. Meanwhile, in pandemic, we sometimes lecture from home. So what is the effective way to teach the subjects, especially subjects that deals with physical activities?
Well, I think physical activities class is how I think in Thailand, in my university, we teach in physical activities like their they choose to do in their lifestyle, their daily life, their working, their learning, along with their learn in other subjects. We not separate physical activity in the individualist. We include the physical activities course in the other subjects. I think is most is the for most benefits for learning in the virtual learning. Also, we do like online the create in the course, online course, and the virtual learning. They do their own, and then we have the class, the online class, and then we share each other. I think it's many we conduct many ways to teach them in the physical activity. Okay.
All right, Mrs. Acara Purakom. That's all the questions from the participants. Thank you so much for answering all of the questions from the participants. And also thank you for a very nice presentations. Yeah. And soon we're going to proceed to the second keynote speaker. Thank you, Mrs. Acara Purakom, PhD. It was very nice. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call the second keynote speaker, Dr. Rosita Ibrahim from Faculty of Medicine UKM Malaysia with the theme Sport Health in an Effort to Prevent the Spread of the COVID-19 virus. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Rosita Ibrahim. The time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. And before I start, I want to congratulate to Republic Indonesia for Independence Days. Is it 76, right? Is it correct?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yes.
Not yesterday, in 17th of August. Okay, happy Independence Day. Okay, thank you very much to organizer to invite me as a keynote speaker for this symposium. Share my session, health and sorry for Miss Chairman for I change my topic. My topic cover is health and fitness application, the evidence so far. I'm Rosita Ibrahim from Department Community Health, Faculty of Medicine, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. And for the participant, you can ask in Bahasa Melayu because I can understand. Alright? Macam mana mau cakap kita serumpun? Is it correct? Okay. Okay. Before I start, my topic was covered about introduction, which is about SDG, current scenario, global and Asia, health and fitness app, previous study and conclusion. In conclusion, I want to make you think about, I want to put the statement to you all think about, think to ponder. Alright? Okay, for introduction, you all can see my slide, right? Hello? All participants can see my slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Good. Okay. Okay, for introduction. Okay, what is SDG? SDG is the Sustainable Development Goal and the set of 17 interconnected global goal aim to create a blueprint for a better and more sustainable future for all. The United Nations General Assembly established of SDG in 2015, and all the country must achieve the target 17 item by 2013. Right? This is the overview about SDG. You can see that global health and well-being is item number 3, and the country must ensure health, life, and promote well-being for all at all ages. I think what important thing about SDG is that your country can measure the SDG index, and as indicator, your country achieve what with for the goal. This one is a goal. Number 3 is the last example is the goal. So when have the SDG, your country can go to weightage SDG index that you already achieve what target in before 2013. Okay, this SDG I got from WHO. Okay, this one I want to share to you. This one quite funny, but this one is serious matters. This one I get it from WHO again, 2019. Overweight population in Southern Asia. You can see my country, okay, my country is overweight because the BMI is over 25 kg. You can see the Indonesia, I brought to Indonesia, your country is in below BMI below 25 kg, and Thailand from Asia, your country is 32.5. Must be beware. Alright. This one 2019. And this one I want to discuss with you the top 10 causes of death in the globally. And you can see the top 10 is ischemic heart disease. This class, this category by category, you can see non-communicable or NCD, communicable and injury. For non-communicable or NCD is some like example is cardiovascular disease, cancer, chronic respiratory, and diabetes. And communicable disease is from human and animals. The example, hepatitis A, B, and C, influenza, salmonella, this is an example. You can see the top 10 is ischemic heart disease, chronic pulmonary disease. You can see from the slide. This one I carried from WHO. Okay, again, you can see the top 10 killer disease. You can see the top 10 is the highest is cardiovascular disease. This is around 2,536 estimate death per 100 people. You can see the highest is cardio. Okay, this one I get from worldhealthline.com. Okay, this one I want to share to you. This one top 5 casemic index from our hospital. This one from my study. This is don't worry about casemic. This one casemic is group of disease, and you can see the top 5 in 2018. And you can see the top 5 is the respiratory delivery group is deliver the baby. This one is not the considered as disease. This one is a group. What I want to stress is respiratory cardiovascular. This one is very important. That very serious nowadays. The trend, right? Okay, I can. Okay, now in health and fitness application. Okay, I know you all of you as from the Faculty of Sports Science know about fitness, right? But again, I want to define that fitness from WHO. But this one is 2014. Okay, fitness defined as a state of being fitness, health, and as a result to adequate exercise, food, and sleeping habit. Sleeping habit is the top priority in many countries. Physical inactivity is major cause of lack of fitness. According to WHO, roughly 31% of adults are insufficiently active, and insufficient physical exercise is responsible for nearly 3.2 million deaths per year. They're quite serious, but I cannot get the current situation. This one I can get from 2014. So we must fit, right? Okay, this one I want to discuss about this statement. Near contra measuring in culture driven the score ranking, and cause people to think and act differently. Quantification is a thought to be required. This statement said that all of nowadays must can measure. When you have number cannot lie, right? Sometimes when you have you want to check your calorie intake. Okay, calorie intake. How you measure your calorie intake? Sometimes nowadays you can measure your calorie intake. That's why you need the number, and you can quantification can measure. Alright. Okay, health and fitness application have grown in popularity as part of treatment to improve diet, physical activity, and sedentary behavior, although their effectiveness is yet unknown. You all know about sedentary behavior, right? Sedentary behavior is the exercise that use that low energy, sometimes that lying position, right? This one behavior that use that low activity. Okay, but the health and fitness is popularity, but not effectiveness is not revealed yet, not evident yet. Okay. Okay, diet, physical exercise, and then sedentary behavior and significant modifiable risk factor for chronic diseases, and improving this habit is seen critical to minimizing the cost and health burden of diseases. This statement said when you have the chronic disease, just example, you have heart failure, and of course from you obese. When in my hospital, you obese. When you obese, you diabetes. When you diabetes, your eye cannot see correctly and got glaucoma. You see that when you have the chronic disease, the comorbidity is increased. When you have the secondary, you have the primary disease, that say that heart failure, and you have the secondary disease, which is this one example, if it's obese and you have diabetes and you have CKD, clinical kidney failure. Okay, so when you warded in the hospital, so your procedure and laboratory investigation is quite high, and the doctor must investigate and must do the procedure and so many laboratory tests and make you have a cost and health burden quite increase. Okay. Okay, unhealthy eating habit, physically inactive and sedentary behavior have been shown to follow people from infancy to maturity, making it difficult to modify later in life. But the statement said that sometimes for me in Malaysia, I'm Malay culture, we all eat dinner at after 8 p.m. It's not good. It's better you stop eating, don't have a snack, must eat, stop before 8 p.m. so your stomach can feel free. Okay, so this quite difficult to change, but slowly we can go to a gizi, food gizi, and the dietitian will educate the student, no, the school, primary school. Okay. Okay, to amplify related health issue, demonstrate importance of prevent the development of this high risk factor throughout one lifetime. That's why it's important to have the apps. Okay. Okay, this one health and fitness application. I think you all familiar about this app, right? This one overall download the highest top 10. I got it from Sensor Tower, and you can see the top 10. But I'm familiar is, to be honest, my fitness pal lah. Alright, so you all I think got quite familiar about these apps. You can download from Google Play Store or App Store, right? Okay, for the significant clinical significant health and fitness application or app can help monitor and manage exercise, diet, weight, and sleep. Apps motivated app may motivate people to fulfill health and wellness objectives such as hundreds thousand steps per day by delivering quick and reliable feedback and gently remind them when they do not meet basic requirement. Oh, sorry. Okay, sharing app information on social media can lead to pleasant conflict and togetherness among strangers. We can help people change their habit and improve their overall health. This one, when you have apps, sometimes you have the networking with other stranger. You can see who can when you let's say you have a diet apps and who can reduce the weight. So you can networking and you share in the positive way, right? Okay, this one I want to share you this study, this survey actually from GMO research. This one quite interesting. This one, the study is among 1 week, 6 to 13 October. The questionnaire for respondent is very easy, and the responded in around 4,861 from 2020. And the question for the respondent, for number 1, do you use any health or wellness app? And you can see Malaysia 100% said, yes, I use that app and wellness app. And how about Indonesia? All quite good, 47.5, and Thailand 66.8, right? And figure 2 said that, do you use any health or, again, use any health and wellness app? But this one, they categorize in top 3. And you can say Malaysia is 78.6, quite higher in COVID, because my cases nowadays is quite high. And no wonder Indonesia, this one 2020. But Indonesia, the top 3 is the top one. The first one is diet and nutrition. No wonder that your BMI is more than 25. All right. And this Thailand is sport and fitness activity tracking. This one only the survey, right? Okay, for the higher usage due to COVID-19, and you know that uh, all of you, all the staff or student work from home or class in the home, and always use that app for Malaysia is 74.4 use that app for COVID, and Indonesia again 46.6 is COVID, and Thailand sport and fitness activity tracking is 42.7. Okay. Okay, figure number 4, most frequent use health and wellness again, which are top 3 apps used most frequently, and you can see the Indonesia quite far, 25.9, 25.7 is the diet and nutrition, and COVID, and Malaysia of course the COVID, and Thailand sport and fitness, and diet and nutrition. Okay, I go to my previous study. I want to share to you that I noticed that when I searching the article, so many article are just sharing the review research, and no, is quite small study solidly use that health and fitness, about health and fitness by research. Okay. But I just sorting that a few that I can share to you. I think it's very important to share. Okay, this article I got it from a systematic review of fitness app and their potential clinical and sport utility for objective and remote assessment of cardiorespiratory fitness. This researcher said that this app, this information is very important because they suggest key factor to be considered when choosing a develop of CRF. CRF is cardiorespiratory fitness. Must have fitness test, physical fitness, normal fit data, alert feedback, and the important thing is contact with clinician. And I don't know this can happen or not because it's quite difficult to make it. I don't know because this study not mentioned, but this one just suggestion. This one this information will assist researcher in the when want to do the further research to work together with the app developer to design better apps for this CRF fitness app. Okay. Okay, this again, this one the systematic review, but this one use meta-analysis. The title is Can Smartphone App Increase Physical Activity? For me, I want to stress is this statement: physical activity app effectiveness did not appear to differ on the basis of target population. This one is very important because the app physical activity app effectiveness did not appear to differ. Okay. For me, this one can use for when you want to do further research. Okay, this study only just this one also systematic review, but this study discuss about limitation of the smartphone. This study, the title is Smartphone Application for Patient Health and Fitness. And you can see the limitation there, very simple, but the statement is quite useful. Okay, the statement is a smartphone is required as well as an adequate Wi-Fi data plan. The majority of apps have yet to be peer reviewed by adequately qualified individuals. It's possible that individuals with specific disability or lack intellectual ability won't be able to use it. Okay, during activity of smartphone must be present app failure and technical issue. The majority of physical activity applications are not based on evidence-based or proven behavior modified theory. And Another limitation from this study, other method of changing behavior have yet to be incorporated into app. Smartphone sensor aren't always as accurate as standalone sensor. There is a lack of information about hydration and when not to exercise. Okay, to reap the benefit of the app, user must actively engage with it. Sometimes you stop, the app is not so currently active, and because they are less familiar with the smartphone technology, those do the retirement or elderly people may be less likely to adopt it. Okay. This is the hygiene, the article. Okay, this one, the article from social inequality in digital transformation, risk and potential of mobile health technology for social inequality in health. Okay, this study result database from this one from Stephen and Julia. They study about cohort study. The database, the sample is 5,086. But the special of the study, the cohort study 17-13, 81.6% said that use any app, but use that fitness app only 18%. But the special of the study, I noticed that more than 75 years old still using any app, and got 0.7% use that this app. Okay. Alright. I move to this study. This study from Bowl et al. And the study is different in mobile apps use a source of digital inequality. And from the logistic regression model explain use of specific adjective, you can see that this study in Dutch, the population is 1,079, the population, and you can see that gender, that men significantly, and men is most likely like the fitness apps, and the female most likely nutrition apps. And from outcome from this study, gender significantly in fitness apps, nutrition apps, self-care app, and reproductive health app. Okay. Okay, for my conclusion, from my reading and from my monitoring, I said what I can discuss with you. The validity and reliability of fitness app that are now available and in development should be examined further, and psychological signals such as heart rate measurement that taken with the smartphone camera during or after activity testing should be incorporated into fitness program. And there is need to create fitness app that are accessible. Example, different languages, app integrated into both app market, data that device independent. Fitness app should be evidence-based point such as that I said previously in CRF fitness app that allow to interpretation of fitness test. Okay, like I mentioned earlier, I want to give you to think together, think to ponder, and I want to ask you, in the new era, you all have a smartphone, right? Right. So what about the low-income family? If you in campus, you see your friend have the have the apps, but your smartphone not support the apps. What happened in low-income family? Okay, and I want to ask you, how about the upgrading your app? Sometimes you like your diet apps, right? And when you go to another level, you can see that app need you to purchase. You like before this free, and that got purchase. And effectiveness in the long run. For me, to be honest, 6 months I use my diet because I'm obese and in Malaysia. Okay, effectiveness. I use that my diet, but I worry until what time this app can stable. Okay, the stability of the apps. And I want to ask you, sometimes the app have a hidden cost, charger cost. Sometimes beginning is free download. Sometimes you must pay to go to another level. Sometimes if you notice that have the advertisement, sometimes they pop up the advertisement. You must look that advertisement around 1 to 3 seconds, and you can go to this apps. But I also worry and awareness to you. You must beware. You share your data on confidentiality. How sure the app not share your data, your personal data, to another third party? This is my concern. Right? Okay, that's all for me. You can feel free to email to me. Thank you very much. You can okay, this is my email, and you can ask me in bahasa Melayu. I can understand. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Razita Ibrahim, for great presentations. Now we have come to the questions and answer sessions. I'll read the questions one by one. The first question is from Miranda. The question is, macam mana untuk mengatasi masa pandemi ini? Mana banyak orang yang hanya rebahan dan malas untuk bergerak? That's the questions, Doctor.
Kena cari buat the physical activity untuk you sustain you at least. Kalau kita tengok orang zaman dulu, kita punya makcik-makcik, nenek-nenek kita, betul tak Indonesia panggil nenek
Yes.
Kenapa diorang dulu tahan, daya tahannya kuat?
Yes.
Kenapa dulu diorang boleh bekerja sawah padi lagi? Kenapa kita enggak boleh? Kalau you tengok, you notice, you tengok, I suka baca sejarah. Kita punya moyang 8 bulan boleh bekerja sawah padi. Kita tak boleh kot. Itu I nak bagi tahu. Kadang-kadang kita punya culture, kita punya pemakanan, kita banyak makan yang fast food. Betul tak? Betul tak student semua?
Betul.
Tengah malu-malu omong. Betul tak? Kita fast food, so many MSG. I tak cakap MSG is bad. Sometimes over intake. Sometimes that's why the app. Sometimes the app bagus. Pernah tak ada apps? You can kan kat makanan kita, dekat biskut kita have the barcode. Perasan tak? Ada barcode. Kan bila kita ada apps tu, kita just snap kat barcode, dia beritahu this biscuit have the berapa kalori. Betul tak? It's good sebab kita boleh tahu oh kita dah makan berapa kalori today. So it's good. Tapi kena rajin lah. That is my humble suggestion lah. I pun tak berapa, I nak cakap pun I pun kategori obese. Malaysia kan ramai obese. Okay, next question.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Doctor. The second question is from Nur. Yes. And the question is, should a person who have less weight, or let's say this person is thin, do the same exercise like an ideal weight person? Or perhaps doctor has some advice, especially during COVID-19 pandemic, where health condition is very risky. Thank you, Doctor.
That one is salah. You exercise exercise, you do exercise for healthy or for your weight. You can clear that one. For your healthy, right? Walaupun you slim, Indonesia, you all of you BMI below that 25, but you must fit. You must maintain your fit. So you every day you need you need the exercise. The common one is 100,000 steps per day. Kan? Is it true? From the ni? You must walaupun you fit, you are not you not overweight, but you must fit, right? For your healthy. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rosita Ibrahim. It was a very informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this conference. Before I close this conference, I would like to take the conclusions from what the keynote speaker has presented. The first one, Dr. Rosita talked about the deadliest disease in the world, and then she explains about health and fitness and its importance for people, as well as she also explains apps that we can use to stay healthy. Thank you very much, Doctor. And and also, I would like to thank all of the speakers in the second parallel sessions from Mrs. Acara Purakom PhD, Mrs. Rosita Ibrahim. Thank you very much for giving us knowledge and informations. And we also would like to remind you that this event is supported by many parties, and this event is sponsored by Bank Sumsel Bubble, supported by University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Gazette Start University, the University of North Carolina, UNES, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Sriwijaya, Pontifical and Royal University of Santo Thomas, STKIP Pasundan, and our indexing journals are Scopus, Sinta, Google Scholar, Directory of Open Access Journals, Riset, dan Inovasi Expo UBD. Last but not least, we want all participants to turn on their camera because we're going to take pictures of the second parallel sessions. Thank you. Yeah, don't forget to smile, everyone. Okay, are you guys ready? Okay, we're going to start. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. Okay, now one more. 1, 2, 3. All right, next. Be ready. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And next. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, thank you everyone. Thank you all the participants. This is the end of the second parallel sessions. I'd like to thank the keynote speakers, Mrs. Acara Purakom PhD, and also Mrs. Dr. Rosita Ibrahim for a very informative and interesting presentations, and all the participants for the very active participations in these sessions, right? Finally, let us give the big round of applause for the speakers and all the keynote speakers and for all of you. Thank you.
Untuk Anda yang bekerja keras, penuh integritas, dan butuh fleksibilitas. Untuk Anda yang suka mobilitas, ada solusi untuk setiap masalah. Untuk Anda yang mempersiapkan masa depan buah hati, menabung sejak dini,
well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the second sections of the presentation of the keynote speaker. Now let we go to the third sections of the presentation of the keynote speaker. We will have Professor. Okay. Well, that was the second sections of the presentation of the keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Now let we go to the third sections of the presentations. We will have Professor Jerome Anglitude Porto, PhD from Philippines, and then Professor Dr. Firmansah Dlis, MPD from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And then for this third sections will be led by Miss Hilona Pratiwi, MPD from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Time is yours.
Let me to lead this presentation. I think it's a good day right now, right? Good day, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hilona. I'm from State University of Jakarta, dari Universitas Negeri Jakarta. First of all, I will say thank you to Ibu Rosita for really nice presentation. And right now we are ready to third speaker. Here with us already Sir Jerome. Hello, Sir Jerome.
Hello, Kilona. Hello, everyone.
Hello. How are you? And also Prof. Firmansah Dlis here with us.
My professor.
Yeah. Hello, Sir Jerome. How are you?
Fine. Jerome. Nice seeing you, Professor Dlis.
Hello,
and the rest of the participants.
How are you, Sir Jenderal?
I'm good. We are in the enriched virtual mode, so same with you. We are also experiencing the impact of pandemic. So but as a PE teacher, as we PE teachers, we have to battle this, and I know we could win this battle, this game.
Okay. Where you have been to right now?
I'm at home. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, Prof. Firman.
Yes, how are you?
I'm pretty fine. Yeah.
I same to the activity in the Pascha to activities student new student di
Yeah.
Pasca.
You also have assignment like new I don't new formal with a student of Pascaya right now, yes sir. So you you look so busy today, right?
Yeah.
But sehat, Prof.
Alhamdulillah sehat. Ren.
Lona
Kapan
sehat.
kita mau ujian Lena?
Segera setelah di tanda tangan.
Dia foto sudah selesai, sudah tertawa dia tuh.
Yeah,
Foto.
You already graduated from doctor, right? Now is my time lah.
Yeah, it's my professor, and I'm very thankful for Dr. Bliss. No?
Yeah.
So, yeah, the experiences, the knowledge that you share really means a lot for us Philippine doctor students of UNJ. Yeah, we're very grateful.
Yeah, we are very grateful have a program Firmansa the list for our study actually after you graduate and after that my time. Okay, let me introduce you for all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a Sir Jerome Porto. He was a graduate from Doctoral State University of Jakarta. Beliau menyelesaikan pendidikan doktornya di Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And he's an associate professional licensed professional teacher and also chairperson on the BPA program at University Santo Thomas Institute of Physical Education. Right now, you are become a BPA also, right? Okay, and he also appointed is the International Organization for Health, Sport, and Kinesiology Ambassador for the Philippines. Wow, that's a really good. International and advisor board member of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness, and Sports Science. Okay, I think for revision time, Sir Jerome, time is yours right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Kelowna, for that wonderful introduction. And again, I'm very grateful to be here to share our experiences and knowledge about physical education and e-learning landscape, or we call it enriched virtual mode. And I ask the organizer to give me the feature to screen my to share my screen. There you go. Thank you. I got it. Do you see my screen? Is my screen okay? Do you see my screen now?
Yes, we are seeing it.
Okay, how about my thank you. How about my audio? Is it okay?
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So once again, thank you very much, Universitas Bima Dharma, who are the organizer of this second international conference on education and sports science 2021. So it's a great opportunity for me as a graduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta from your country, and to share our experiences, our knowledge regarding teaching physical education in an enriched virtual mode or modality. So once again, I am very thankful, and I will share you our experiences on how we use technology, how we use the different modality related to technology in teaching and learning in enriched virtual mode. Okay. So again, I'm from UST. So let's just give you a background about this online learning in physical education. It was 2005-2006 when I was assigned to develop a course. We call it Web Enhanced course in physical education, and this study to develop this learning kind of delivery in the university. It was presented in different international conferences, way back 2006 and 2007. I presented this in Ramkhamhaeng University. It's the first international conference relative to online learning. since physical education is really different, it's more on engagement, but during that time, people would always look on how are you going to integrate physical education in integrating technology, or the platform that we are using right now, it becomes normal, no, for us now. And we've been doing this already way back 2006, okay? And but there's a lot of challenges. You know, there's a lot of challenges in integrating teaching physical education in online environment. But based on our experience, if we have the support, if we have this motivation, if we have this kind of uh, mode of the support of the institution, and even the preparations that that needed by these teachers or faculty members, this integration is possible. Okay, so I also use this platform using the PEL, one of my requirement in my doctoral degree in Jakarta. So I use the physical education and e-learning landscape, employing the experiential learning approach by Kolb, no, et al. So this is the concept that I use in integrating physical education in the online environment. Okay. So from there, this is the first online course, the Web Enhanced course in 2006. It was a sepak takraw. It's a game, it's a sports, but I integrate the concept of technology, in delivering physical education. So this is a Web Enhanced course. I think Professor I think Dr. Rahaya shared her experiences and how they developed the Web Enhanced course for integrating the technology and teaching physical education in the university. And it's the same, it's a Web Enhanced course. It's the same concept that we use. And we use the experiential approach, okay, for this to be able to craft the content and even the learning experiences of our students. So because of pandemic, we are all in this kind of modality. So all of us, we have no excuse not to use the technology. We don't have excuse not to implement or to continue our teaching and learning. So all the education institutions need to revisit, rethink, redesign the processes to ensure that the teaching and learning will continue in this trying time. That's why we are all here. We want to hear different experiences from different part of the world, and for us to enrich our teaching and learning. So me, as a physical educator from the Philippines, it is my pleasure to share our experiences on how did we deliver physical education amid pandemic. Okay, so physical education, there's a lot of components, there's a lot of courses in the Philippines. Physical education, just like you, not just like you. I think Dr. Rahaya also mentioned that your physical education is a required subject from elementary to high school, no? But in the Philippines, we are not only requiring them to take physical education for until high school, but we require them to have it also in their tertiary level. So that means the physical education in the Philippines, we have physical education required for elementary, we have also from high school, senior high school, and for tertiary. And that is the experiences that I will share it to you this afternoon. So P is not just only physical education courses. We have different courses or subjects sub-discipline under the physical education, and also teaching different subjects like team sports. Some of our colleagues also have this anatomy, human movement, etc., etc. And as a P teacher and as an academic institution, we have to do something, for us to continue the teaching and learning. Okay, so the University of Santo Tomas use this is our guiding principle in teaching our courses or subject in the university. So we implemented the enriched virtual mode of modalities since 2020, okay? Because of the pandemic that we experienced. No? We use this. It is the principle is rooted. The principle is of communion, an encounter that promotes dialogue and ensures accessibility and flexibility in learning. So we have to consider our students, we have to consider our teachers, we have to consider their connectivity as well. So there's a lot of things to consider, no, for us to integrate the enriched virtual world principle in our teaching and learning. So we are using Blackboard as our platform to deliver our teaching and learning. So physical education is very broad. Physical education is very unique course or subject, and we could contribute. No, doon sa we could contribute to the Sustainable Development Goal. Okay, mentioned by Dr. Rosita a while ago. On I think it's number 3 about good health and well-being. So we could contribute that as a PE teacher. So physical education is not just about study, it's not about practice, it's not about appreciation, but it talks about different areas or different sectors that we have to develop as a human being. So it includes the development of physiological, sociological, psychological, emotional, and even spiritual, no? Integrated in physical education and sports. And as a part of the total education process, our objective is to form a lifelong habits. Okay, we have to integrate that, and we have to consider environment, no, in integrating physical education in our curriculum and in even different subjects that we have. Now, since pandemic, this is the scenario now that we are facing. We have a lot of screen time, we have a lot of video tutorials, we have a lot of online trainings, and we implemented distance learning, blended or whatsoever, but we are in this scenario, and we are all teachers, and we have to know, and we have to adapt, and we have to know what we're going to do for us to continue our teaching and learning. Okay, so we have to act now. Okay, we have to act fast. During I think 2019, 2020, when the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 uh, as a pandemic, no, that was March. We have to do something. You know? We don't need to sit down and be able to give and provide what is good for our student, no? During that end, I think it's end term, no? Almost end of the term, no? During the time. So we have to act fast, and we focus on lifelong physical engagement and physical activity for our learners. It's not just about physical education, but the engagement through physical activities. So let me use the word act, okay, to share our online experiences. So act A, C, and T. So I'll focus on that 2 areas. So why? How physical education could be delivered with the use of modern technology? So I think that question is not already, it's already answered, because all of you are already implementing, integrating technology and different application for us to deliver in our teaching and learning. Okay, so A stands for adjust and adapt. That's what we did, and even now we are doing that. We try to adjust, no, we have to adapt, we have to look on, no, different skills that we need as a PE teacher. Okay, according to Guy Camshell's Bell in 2001, it's very old, but I think this is very useful, okay, for us online teaching, or online teachers today. So we have to know the technical skill, the management skills, and the facilitation skills. Now, when we talk about technical skills, all of you, maybe the university provided you different trainings on how you're going to develop and enhance your technical skills. Okay, so you have your teaching and learning, email discussion, etc. And the management skills, it is what you need to know. How are you going to implement? How are you going to utilize the different technology, okay, that you have? Okay, uh, managing your schedule, managing the different resources that you have, the different assessment that you have. So that is part of the online environment. And facilitation. When we talk about facilitation, it's not only about delivering your content, but make sure you are there and your presence should be felt in teaching in online environment. Okay? So when we talk about facilitation, there's a lot of strategies, no, for us to deliver. And always remember, in online environment, it's not only about content, but we need to establish and to integrate soft skills in our delivery. consider the well-being of our students, and that is part of our facilitation skill. So this is what we did. We have to look on the content, and we have to reframe it. We have to identify the essentials. We cannot cover all the content in our teaching and learning if we will go on the old structures that we have. We have to again identify the essentials. Yeah? And also we have to identify and to give consideration the students' capability. Okay, the students, not all students have their technology. They don't have a good connectivity, and you have to provide as an institution. We have to address those concerns. Academic staff, we have to again look on their skills. You have to retrain them. No, we have to provide them informations and different trainings and workshops for them to adopt in this kind of delivery. And the institutions should provide technology to support those teaching and learning, and for us to provide what is best and good for our students. So these are the things that we consider. And part of our institution, we have to look on safety. I think one of the participants mentioned that safety is very important in physical education. Do I agree on that? Physical education, we have the safety protocols integrated in our online course, and the students will have this revised policy guidelines on physical education, what we are implementing. We also implemented the flexible online delivery matrix wherein identify the essentials of the things that we're going to provide for our students, not all, which mean only the things that are essential for them. Okay, and we also have integrated the readiness of our students. Again, we focus on lifelong physical engagement rather than grading the different skills of our student in tertiary level. So we have the Philippine Physical Activity Readiness Questionnaire, so that we'll be aware how are we going to treat our students. And we also have, since we are in the online environment, we have to have and secure this, we call it the honor pledge of our students in terms of the content that we are providing them. So we have the student and teacher consent and release form. So this is part of our adjustment and adaptation. So so those are the adapt. No, those are the adjustment that we did in our teaching and learning. From the app C, we have creativity and collaboration. We have to, in an online environment, this is very important. Creativity and collaborations of your teachers, and the integrations of these different learning activities, integrated the collaboration concept. Okay. Now, in UST, we are the teaching and learning are anchored on a SMART concept. So when we talk about SMART concept, sports skills related moves and active recreation time. It focuses on lifelong physical activity and fitness and advocacy. It talks about different skills, and eventually this different skill will be used for different engagement and different sports, and eventually it will be used and it will utilize to have impact to their health related components, which is very important for us to be physically fit. So creativity in this, so these are the examples of short incidental physical activity that we integrated in our courses or in our subjects. So this is very short, but you integrate the different movement, but it is a form of exercise. Even it's too short, but we could be more creative on delivering these lessons. See, this is the skill sport related. You use the different skills in sports, but not grading the skills, but grading their engagement. So this is again example. So this is for volleyball. Okay, so this is for basketball. So this is dribbling skills, but again, we are not grading them on a particular skill, but we are grading them on the number of engagement of these students. So this is a home-based physical activity, whatever available there. You try to think and you have to be creative on what kind of exercises, and your student would able to create also a form of exercises that could be beneficial for their well-being. Okay, so these are example. And then these are some suggested physical activities. So again, you are only at home, but you could do different exercises, combining these different skills, okay, for them to be engaged. Okay, so this is also an example of activity that we have provided. So again, we are doing these different exercises available to our students. So have to be creative. Okay, so these are again examples of different exercises that could provide you a correct execution. Okay, a very short but very meaningful for our student. Also, we use the app-based physical activity. This is, we call it the home court. It's available to our I think it's available sa App Store and even sa Google Play. No? So you could download this. This is the different skills in different sports. Okay, so you could integrate that also in your teaching and learning. So this is for badminton. This is for volleyball. So if you see the engagement of our students is there, the agility, the coordination is there, and even in baseball, we could use that application. And it's part of our creativity in teaching and learning. Aside from that, we could also use the old or traditional one. These are very useful. You could have your recap slide before you start of the class. You can have your e-teaser loop, no, before end of the class, and then you have the startup question to be able to grasp, no, the importance of the topic that you'll be presenting for your student. This is also another one. It's a powerful slide. You could use, integrate, or put some power break slides, no, in between of your class or your schedule. So meaning just to break the sitting time of our student, you integrate fitness break. That means the students will go up and do some exercises. So these are some. Also, we have the project sim integrated. Again, it depends on how your creativity, how creative you are integrating these different lessons. So project sim is a source of information materials wherein students are given learning tasks where he or she is incorporate all lessons, concept, and producing information materials. Okay. So we also have webcasts. We ask our student to look on different topics based on different links that you have provided to your students. Okay, so that the student will be able to explore different learnings and different concepts from different sources, but make sure the links are reliable. Okay, it should be you already search or already open the link. Okay, when you are providing or making a web quest for your student. Right? We have your compendium art portfolio. You can do that. Okay, so all the learnings that the student could you could put that in one maybe Google Drive so that you'll be able to grasp what are the experiences of your student and to get and for you to grade that compendium you should have your rubric. Okay, also active forum, that is the presence we need to be felt, no, continuous feedback is very important. Timely feedback is very important. In active forum, you are not just putting questions or different context in your teaching and learning, but you as a teacher is your responsibility to interact and give feedback to this different forum that you have provided for your student because it develops your critical thinking and collaborations with your students. Okay. Also, so that is for creativity. So we have this we adjust, you know, then see we collaborate, we become creative, and then last one is top talent or expert. Since we are in online environment, we could integrate, no, inviting international, no, so we also integrated internationalization in our courses or subject, no, in physical education. So we top talents, experts, no, in providing different perspective from different countries, and I think that is very useful. That is very positive thing that happened in our platform that we are using today. No, we could reach everybody. Okay, and this is again we top talents. All those things that we've done, no, in this always, no, we need to integrate presence. Presence matter in rich virtual modality. It's not only putting your content in the online environment, but make sure you're there. Okay, the well-being of our students is very important, as well as we teachers. So presence is not just you're providing the teaching and learning materials or experiences, but you should put heart in teaching or delivering your lesson. So again, we have to be felt. Okay, in everything, in our teaching, in our strategies, and even our feedback. They need it. They need it. Okay, so let me share you this video about our initiative, no, integrating technology in PE. So that is the example of the things that we've done using enriched virtual mode. So we could integrate different exercises. No, you don't need to put very long, recordings or materials. All you have to do is a clip, a second clip, and then try to explain what they're going to do. We don't grade our students based on the skills, the intricate of different skills, but we grade our students in terms of their engagement. As a takeaways, information technology and physical education integration opens new horizon in learning experiences of our students. This online physical education course delivery brings about a more engaging, inviting, and enjoyable learning experience. See the online enhancement application supported by the course by facilitating content delivery and increasing integration, giving the student a unique experiential learning environment. So as a creative physical education instructor who incorporates technology into class activities can engage his student in a broader range of topics by utilizing online course site. Okay, so we revisit, we redesign, and we rethink, and we acted for the lifelong physical engagement and physical activity for our learners. So let me, before I end my presentation, let me share Eliot's Macy. She said, the brave new world of net delivered and assisted training is exciting and real. Online learning is not about taking a course or putting it on the desktop. It's about new blend of courses, interactivity, performance support, and structured learning activities. Once more, maraming salamat. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Okay. I thought you always remember this word, terima kasih.
Yes.
Okay. Sir Jerome, before we go to chat box, there is a question for you, but I have to make a line. You said that prison, not only prison, right?
Yeah, presence, not just present. Yeah, that's correct, Kelowna.
Okay. So now there is some question in the chat box. Let me read it. Okay. From Indah Pangastuti. Okay. The question is how to increase student desire and confidence to doing PE only during this pandemic. This is really nice question. See, Jerome.
Yes, that's good. No? We want to motivate our students, to be engaged. No? Well, there's a lot of facts that we need to again to be engaged. No? Physical education is not just a subject that you have to take. Okay, as a teacher, you have the motivation to encourage your student. If you are motivated to encourage student to participate in different engagement that you are providing, then the question is already answered. That means you as a PE teacher, your enthusiasm, your learning experiences providing them, okay, it should be you have to consider their interests. Again, as I've said, in physical education in our university, we focus on physical engagement. We focus on physical engagement rather than checking the different skills. Okay, so you put more activities at home, okay, which is whatever available, but make sure always remind them about the safety, because an online environment is a screen. You are facing on the screen, but if you provided them accurate, correct information about it, then it would be beneficial. Let us move more. That is the concept. We have to move more. Thank you. I hope I answered the question.
Great. We have to move more, doing some activity. You can record it. You can motivate your engage with your student, right? Yeah. Is it really important being a PE? As I know, being a PE is not really good enough during this pandemic because we cannot teach directly, and that's why sometimes the student will be slow, not move. There is some problem about it. We do PE during online, but as a teacher, we have to engage their movement like that and make increase mood like that and move. Correct.
Yeah. Yes,
Sir
that's
Jerome,
correct.
yeah, Sir Jerome is really nice answer. Let me ask her, Indah, apa sudah jelas?
Yes, yes, thank you very much for your explain.
Ah,
Thank you.
thank you,
Thank you.
Ibu Indah, for question. There is a question also from Muslimin. He asking me which development model, can be used to youth student like that, youth student from PE, physical education like that. I
Pardon?
mean, he
What
asking
kind of
about
model? The
model,
model?
development model for youth student.
Okay. The model that we use, no, it was integrated in 2006. We call it the experiential approach by Colby, wherein there is the abstraction, conceptualization. We have, so those are four different areas: experiential, no, and you have to put all, not only engagement. No? You put not only engagement, but you also consider their attitude, no, in integrating different activities. But in our case, we use the SMART concept, okay, in integrating our physical education. We have the sport and the skills. So those different sports skills or movements, we just integrate it. If you're familiar with the sports mimetics, this is an example of, instead of grading their dribbling, shooting, you integrate the dribbling skill and come up with a routine or exercise, you know, that could address the recommendation of World Health Organization, okay, which is 30 minutes moderate to vigorous physical activity. And that's what we are looking. We are providing student experiences to create lifelong habits. Okay, so I think the sports, the skills. Now, for example, balance. No, you have different exercises to establish balance, and these different exercises, a creative teacher could use those different movements to come up with an exercise. Okay, so again, it fall again in the creativity of our teachers, no, and how we integrate physical engagements to our students. Smart sports, new moves, and active recreation. So that is the concept that we integrated.
Okay, it means smart and sport, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Sir Jerome. Okay, Sir Jerome, I think there is no more question here. Uh, yeah, there is no more question here, Sir Jerome, for you. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really nice, and we very grateful to have you here. Thank you so much, Sir Jerome.
Thank you
And
very much.
yeah, after this, we will procurement will be presented after this one. Thank you so much, Sir Jerome. We're very grateful. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
I know some more from Tagalog. Mabuhay.
Mabuhay. Yeah, mabuhay. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Maraming salamat. Thank you, Sir Jerome. Hope to see you soon, very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay,
Okay.
Luna, how are you, Luna?
Ya, halo Prof. Aku baru saja mau nyapa. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, is the next speaker, Prof. Firman Sadlis. Halo Prof. Firman.
Hello, how are you, Lon?
Pretty fine, as usually pretty fine. Looks so nice here, seperti biasa. Sehat, Prof.
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Itu yang penting sih. Let me introduce you Prof. Firman first for all of you guys participant. Beliau adalah saat ini menjabat sebagai koordinator program studi S3 di Universitas Negeri Jakarta. He is a coordinator prodi for State Physical Education Program on Doctoral Program State University of Jakarta. Saat ini beliau sudah melakukan research fokus di sport science dan sport education or sports scope ya, Prof. Firman ya.
Yes.
Ya, salah satu guru besar kita di Jakarta, sama tadi yang seperti dikatakan Sir Jerome. Sir Jerome juga student dari Prof. Firman. Prof. Firman untuk efisien waktu, saatnya Prof. Firman present. Prof. Firman, time is yours right now.
Okay, thank you, Lana. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I would like to thank to all participants. Yeah. The participant is the International Conference Evaluation and Sport Science 2021. Yeah.
Mohon izin sebentar.
Oh, ya.
Mohon izin
Lana, it's okay, Lana.
Oke, Prof, tapi ini saya mau ini apa? Remind untuk seluruh partisipan untuk mute dulu terlebih dahulu misalnya. Supaya present dari Prof. Firman kedengaran. Mohon izin sebentar untuk partisipan ya. Ya. Oke. For all of you participants, please mute your mic. Boleh Kak? Oke. Halo. Untuk seluruh partisipan, saya remind kepada seluruh partisipan untuk mute mic-nya. Oke, Prof, silahkan.
Okay, thank you, Lena. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be the mixed English in Indonesian. Yeah. Okay, please the PPT on. Okay. PPT, please you share to.
Please kindly share the Prof. Firman slide.
No, I know. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now.
Mr. Lona.
Iya, Prof.
Okay, Leon. Jadi, I want to speak the Indonesian English, but innovation pendidikan jasmani. Yeah. The neuroscience and effect 4.0. Yeah. Nah, what the meaning to neuroscience? Neuroscience is neuroscience itu kita akan membicarakan bagaimana kita akan memberikan suatu sistem informasi di dalam neokortek kita, di kepala kita, itu kita berapa banyaknya seorang menjadi perhatian menangkap satu sinyal. Ini akan berhubungan dengan otak embrio, ya. Nah, ketika kita bicara embrio, ini akan mengeluarkan jutaan miliaran neuron. Nah, neuron-neuron ini saking banyaknya, kalau kita menaruh di suatu gelas, kalau gelas itu sudah terisi penuh neuron, dia akan keluar juga, dia akan keluar. Jadi dia hanya sebatas gelas dan dia akan mati, ya. Nah, kapan dia akan bermakna di dalam neuron ini? Ya. Neuron ini akan bermakna apabila setiap simpul daripada neuron, coba di next gambar-gambar neuron. Nah, kita lihat ya, number one ya, di mana neuron itu hanya bagian-bagian yang tidak mempunyai hubungan. Dia tidak bermakna. Kapan dia bermakna? Apabila dia sudah menghubungi satu neuron ke neuron yang lain. Ketika dia kepala dengan ekornya mengikat kepada kepala neuron yang lain, nanti akan ada jalur yang disebut dengan jalur akson. Nah, jalur akson inilah yang akan memberikan suatu kontribusi berapa banyak akson yang akan terlibat. Ketika akson-akson terlibat itu akan timbul sinyal listrik. Nah, sinyal listrik inilah yang menjadi dendrit. Sehingga kita sering mendengar berapa besar daya serap seseorang dalam ingatannya. Kita katakan di dalam memorinya itu ada yang short term memory, ada yang long term memory, maupun ada yang middle memory. Nah, setiap memori-memori kalau kita di dalam komputer itu kita menambahkan nadanya seperti ada slide-slide disket-disket itu. Nah, sebenarnya yang disebut dengan short memory itu adalah seberapa besarkah neuron-neuron itu melekat di dalam pikiran seseorang. Misalnya ini sangat diperlukan bagi seorang teacher, guru. Ketika guru akan menjelaskan suatu informasi, maka stimulus respon yang akan diberikan itu harus benar-benar dikuasai kelasnya dulu. Kalau kita kan kelasnya kelas lapangan nih. Ketika teacher akan memberikan informasi kepada siswanya, makanya setiap guru harus benar-benar siap untuk bicara dengan suara yang keras, kalimat yang jelas, dan contoh yang baik. Sehingga begitu anak menerima stimulus respon tadi menurut sesuai dengan panca inderanya, apakah dari pendengarannya, penglihatannya, contoh-contoh dalam sentuhan, ya. Nah, inilah memberikan dampak yang besar dengan jumlah neuron. Neuron ini menjadi fokus perhatian si siswa tadi, ini akan menjadi jutaan daripada neuron. Dan neuron yang mana? Neuron yang mempunyai dendrit, sehingga bermaknaan ini. Nah, kapan itu bekerjanya? Kalau kita lihat dari new cortex tadi, kalau kita lihat dalam gambar kepala tadi, ya, kalau kita share di dalam neuroscience, itu akan terlihat adanya kepala, ya. Kepala itu di mana di atas itu dilapis otak besar. Nah, otak besar itulah yang disebut dengan cerebral cortex tadi. Semua informasi itu masuk di sana. Ketika cerebral cortex ini sudah mendapat informasi dari stimulus respon, ini akan memberikan satu langkah selanjutnya apa yang harus dilakukan oleh cerebral cortex tadi. Nah, disinilah semua informasi tadi diterjemahkan dan ditransfer apa yang harus dilakukan. Next, coba gambarnya, ya, kita lihat ya. Nah, ini kita lihat kepala ini ya, itu ada cerebral cortex ya. Nah, cerebral cortex inilah semua informasi masuk ke dalam situ. Nah, di dalam cerebral cortex ini nanti diterjemahkan mau ditransfer kemana dia. Nah, oleh karena itu setiap yang disebut dengan informasi yang melalui primary motor center, di mana pusat-pusat daripada pengalaman masa lalu diterjemahkan dengan informasi yang baru, ini diolah kembali di dalam cerebral cortex ya. Nah, inilah sebagai nanti sentral daripada suplemen motor area tadi. Nah, di dalam central motor area itu diterjemahkan lagi di dalam yang namanya thalamus. Nah, thalamus inilah yang penggeraknya untuk melakukan aktivitas tadi. Setelah itu nanti dikirim kepada cerebellum untuk ditransfer ke batang otak. Eksekutornya di sinilah gerak itu akan diangkat. Sehingga sering terjadi kenapa anak melakukan kesalahan gerak, dikarenakan ketika persepsinya sudah diterima dari stimulus respon, diterjemahkan di dalam cerebral cortex, dan di motor plan yang masa lalunya juga memberikan informasinya bagaimana. Hal ini membuat suplemen di motor area tadi, keluarlah gerakan otomatis yang akan dilakukan. Ketika gerakan yang akan dilakukan ini, inilah yang akan di action daripada suatu gerakan. Nah, sering terjadi ada kata motor plan-nya itu benar atau salah. Nah, ini yang disebut di dalam sistem informasi. Di dalam kita kalau belajar motor learning, sistem informasi ini kita ingin tahu kesalahan di mana. Karena kalau kita menurut dari teori Pitt and Posner, di dalam kognitif, di dalam cerebral cortex itu masih planningnya dia. Itu masih bisa kita tidak lihat. Tapi ketika mereka sudah melakukan actionnya, Itu baru kita tahu, oh ini gerakan ini benar atau salah. Nah, ini harus diberikan informasi feedback balikan pada teman-teman. Ketika ada kesalahan gerak di awal tadi, guru pelatih harus mengkat di sini untuk memperbaiki sistem kesalahan supaya jangan sampai terjadi di mana memori ini melekat menjadi middle. Ya, kalau middle dilatih terus, ini akan menjadi long time, ya, yang panjang, ya. Dan ini sangat berbahaya. Di dalam gerak itu namanya nanti kesalahan permanen. Jangan sampai anak melakukan kesalahan gerak karena sistem yang dilakukan salah waktu penerimaan persepsi neuroscience-nya. Nah, inilah yang harus dipahami oleh teman-teman. Jangan sampai kita melakukan kesalahan dalam gerak. Di dalam stimulus respon ini ada nanti menurut McEncal itu membagi 3 di kepalanya. Tapi nanti dulu kita masih bicara dulu dengan bagaimana fungsi kepala itu mengatur sistem tubuh itu sangat luar biasa. Kita rasakan saja ketika kita sedang melakukan gerakan, tiba-tiba hujan atau panas yang sangat tinggi, maka kita tentu akan mempengaruhi sistem motor kita. Sehingga ketika kita kepanasan, yang pertama berfungsi untuk mengatur suhu tubuh itu ada yang disebut dengan hipotalamus, ya. Nah, hipotalamus inilah yang mengatur bagaimana suhu tubuh itu kembali normal dari panas yang terik, sehingga nanti hipotalamus menginformasikan kepada korteks tolong kirim cairan ke permukaan kulit supaya jangan kering kulitnya. Tiba-tiba darah mengalir ke sana dengan fungsi cairan lebih banyak, maka permukaan kulit akan kelihatan agak lembab untuk menutupi, jangan sampai panas itu tampak kering. Nah, inilah dimana konsep imunisasi tubuh sangat luar biasa di dalam tubuh manusia. Saya ingat satu kejadian waktu saya kuliah di S3 dulu, itu Profesor Dr. Tarman, ahli faal Indonesia, dia guru besar di UI kedokteran. Dia mengajar kita hidup ini harus siap menghadapi situasi karena tubuh kita akan mudah beradaptasi. Saya bertanya, bagaimana Prof? Anda tahu nggak, saya setua ini waktu itu udah umurnya sekitar 70 tahun, ya. Dia bilang begini, saya saja masih bisa mampu naik gunung katanya. Waduh, gunung mana Prof? Ya Gunung Cermek katanya, atau Gunung Gede, Gunung Pangrango. Bagaimana Prof? Kok masih sanggup? Ya, saya sanggup itu karena saya sudah terlatih usia 70 tahun. Nah, dia bilang, ada pertanyaan lagi yang diberikan kepada dokter-dokter pada kita mahasiswa, ya. Mungkin kalau Bu Yayu, Bu Tendeyo ingat pasti ya. Kita sama-sama kuliah dulu ya dengan Prof. Tarman. Pertanyaan sederhana, mahasiswa, bolehkah kita habis olahraga, ya, terus mandi? Wah, itu pertanyaannya sederhana kan? Habis olahraga, keringetan, terus mandi. Jawabannya ada yang mengatakan boleh, ada yang mengatakan tidak. Dia sih sederhana aja. Yang tidak boleh angkat tangan. Nah, kebetulan yang tidak boleh ini banyak kan dari medis ya, ada dokter juga pada waktu itu. Ya Bang, nggak perlu, karena kan kita habis kita panas. Jadi kita harus membuat suhu di permukaan kulit kita dingin dulu baru kita mandi. Ya, yang lainnya bagaimana? Wah, yang lain kok diem saja nih, tidak berani mengambil keputusan. Nah, kalimat yang keluar saat itu yang saya ingat sampai sekarang, janganlah kamu khawatir. Tuhan menciptakan kesempurnaan manusia itu dengan adanya hipotalamus, itu bisa mengatur suhu tubuh kita untuk beradaptasi. Jadi tidak harus khawatir. Nah, inilah pengalaman yang membuat saya sampai sekarang ini, kalau mengajar itu, saya selalu ingat itu ya. Jadi nggak usah khawatir teman-teman, ketika kita melakukan exercise berkeringatan langsung mandi is okay, ya, running aja nggak apa-apa itu semuanya. Nah, itu kenapa? Ada yang namanya hipotalamus akan mengatur suhu tubuh dan memberikan instruksi kepada talamus yang berorientasi kepada gerak. Nah, gerak itu yang atur nanti talamusnya ya. Nah, disinilah kehebatan semuanya itu memberikan informasi di dalam suhu tubuh kita bahwa kita akan beradaptasi dengan cepatnya. Nah, itu. Untuk selanjutnya itu juga nanti kita mengatakan juga para ahli memikirkan bahwa otak itu dapat dibagi dua, kiri dan kanan, ya. Nah, apa saja yang dibilang kiri dan kanan itu, ya? Ada hemisfer kanan, ada hemisfer kiri, ya. Nah, fungsi itulah yang dimana otak itu mempunyai susunan-susunan struktur di dalam, misalnya untuk otak-otak kiri lebih kecenderungan pada logika, ya, pemikiran yang bicara tentang realita, berhitung, ya, bahasa, ya. Nah, ini semuanya membuat bagaimana fungsi otak kanan itu sangat berperan penting. Nah, bagaimana kalau otak-otak kiri, ya? Nah, bedanya otak kanan dengan otak kiri, kalau otak kiri bicara pada logika, otak kanan bicara yang sifatnya holistik, ya. Kalau kanan itu holistik, yaitu bicara tentang emosinya, perasaannya, analognya, ya, konstruksinya. Nah, inilah yang membuat seseorang itu, para ahli neuroscience mempilah-pilah untuk situasi-situasi pembelajaran membantu kepada siswa kita dominan yang mana. Nah, ini saya perhatikan di dalam fungsi otak kiri dan otak kanan ini, guru olahraga umumnya sangat malas memberikan fungsi dominan otak kiri, karena otak kiri ini sangat sulit melakukan aktivitas fisik karena memang tidak terlatih. Kita beri contoh saja, ya, ketika kita mengajar basket, dribble, coba lakukan 10 kali dribble kanan, semuanya melakukan otomatis akan lebih baik. Tapi ketika dia melakukan dribble dengan tangan kiri, itu juga akan mengalami kesulitan-kesulitan. Sehingga kenapa guru itu selalu memberikan responsnya pada otak kirinya? Karena otak kiri itu memberikan kontribusi yang besar pada tubuh sebelah kanan. Jadi dia terbalik, ya. Kalau fungsinya sebelah kanan, otaknya sebelah kiri. Ya, kalau fungsinya sebelah kiri, otak yang berperan adalah otak sebelah kanan. Nah, otak kiri dan kanan ini kalau gampang kita lihatnya orang kena stroke, ya. Kalau stroke-nya bagian tubuh sebelah kanan, maka yang terserang otak kirinya. Kalau sebelah kiri yang kena, maka itu otak kanannya yang kena. Itu gampangnya kalau mengkayakannya susah. Nah, inilah fungsi-fungsi daripada otak kiri dan otak kanan. Next.
Miss next.
Oke. Hemisfer otak kiri dan kanan ini yang tadi saya katakan, ya, di mana logika itu adanya di otak kiri, karena semua perilaku yang kita berikan kepada anak-anak itu yang sangat mudah buat kita. Makanya kita melakukan aktivitas itu, misalnya latihan-latihan selalu kanan. Sebenarnya latihan dengan tangan tubuh kiri juga diperlukan. Memang kalau latihan kiri ini untuk orang-orang yang mempunyai sedikit agak, kalau dibilang jahil gitu, ya. Jadi orang-orang yang menggunakan tangan kiri, ya, karena dia memfungsikan otak kanannya itu, ya, dia mengkonstruksi hal-hal yang baru, ya, yang nggak kita ajarkan kadang-kadang dia bisa di situ, ya. Dan pola pikirnya juga dengan lebih acak. Makanya saya ajarkan kepada mahasiswa saya, teman-teman saya, janganlah kalian mendominankan otak kiri, tapi otak kanan juga harus ditingkatkan. Dengan otak kiri dan kanan ini kita harapkan kita akan memberikan keseimbangan yang lebih baik daripada orang-orang yang akan kita berikan pengetahuannya. Kalau kita lihat, kalau kita baca urutnya, bicara otak kiri itu tubuhnya sebelah kanan, kalau otak kanan yang dipraktek tubuh sebelah kiri. Nah, kalau bagian otak-otak bagian sebelah kiri ini, otak kanan itu berpikirnya secara jenderal, secara umum. Saya kasih gambaran begini aja supaya gampang. Berpikir secara holistik, logika secara holistik itu seperti kita naik pesawat terbang. Ketika kita naik pesawat terbang, maka yang kita terlihat apa? Adalah kalau kita lihat di pinggir kaca, ya, terus kita menengok ke bawah, maka yang terlihat itu adalah lapangan yang luas dan bidangnya lebih luas, ya. Nah, ketika bidangnya lebih luas, maka yang terjadi apa? Sudut pandang kita lebih banyak. Nah, ketika sudut pandang kita lebih banyak, maka kita bisa melihat macam-macam yang akan terjadi. Kita bisa lihat ada gunung bisa kita lihat, ada sungai bisa kita lihat, ada rumah dan bukit bisa kita lihat. Hal-hal ini menunjukkan kalau kita berpikirnya holistik, maka itu lebih umum, ya. Beda kalau kita melihatnya dari atomistik, ya. Nah, kalau kita lihat secara atomistik, ya, nah, pola pikir yang akan kita lihat di sana itu hanya logiknya saja, ya. Nah, hanya pokoknya kalau kita naik kereta lah contohnya. Kalau kita lihat kereta itu hanya kita lihat kiri kanannya aja di samping kereta itu. Ini logik aja. Ada sawah, ada gunung, ya, ada jembatan gitu, ya. Nah, inilah yang hal-hal membuat kita hanya mengatakan kalau otak-otak kiri itu berpikirnya sangat-sangat, ya, praktis dan pragmatis lah. Jadi di mana otak kiri itu lebih cenderung kepada misalnya kita menggambar, ya, berfantasi, acak, ya. Nah, ini membuat kita lebih kreatif, ya, lebih kreatif. Next. Nah, sistem neuron itu bisa kita dua lihat, ya, di dalam karakter pemrosesan kontrol, ya, ada yang otomatis dan tidak otomatis. Nah, di dalam yang kontrol otomatis ini bisa kita lihat ini kan cepat, ya, dia tidak memerlukan shelter, dia lebih paralel, kadang-kadang tidak sengaja terjadi. Kalau yang terkontrol itu lambat, memerlukan perhatian, serial, sengaja terjadi. Nah, ini penting sekali untuk guru maupun pelatih, ya. Nah, sistem neuron itu yang terkontrol itu saya gambarkan seperti kita kalau di Jakarta ada namanya Transjakarta kali, ya. Nah, di mana saraf itu ketika dia masuk dari stimulus respon, ya, itu ke korteks tadi, dia itu melalui shelter, melalui terminal. Nah, makanya dia agak lebih lambat. Nah, misalnya tadi begitu dia naik busway, ya, nanti dia kalau dari Rawamangun tuh nanti dia mau kemana, ke Pulau Gadung kah atau mau ke Matraman, setiap shelter yang diliwati dia ada penumpang dan tidak ada penumpang, dia akan berhenti pada tempatnya. Jadi dia sangat tertib sekali. Nah, tapi yang otomatis itu kadang-kadang dia nggak tertib. Zaman dulu kalau ada di Jakarta, saya nggak tahu, maaf karena saya di Jakarta, itu ada namanya Metro Mini, ya, mobil yang 3/4 itu sangat tidak tertib. Ada penumpang di shelter 1 dia ambil, nanti shelter 2, 3, 4 nggak ada penumpang dia lewat aja, nanti tiba-tiba ada shelter yang sekian ada penumpang dia ambil lagi. Kadang-kadang yang kacaunya menurunkan penumpang sesuka dia aja, nggak di terminalnya lagi, nggak di haltenya. Ini yang tidak terkontrol. Nah, di dalam sistem saraf, ya, di dalam neuron ada yang terkontrol, itu polanya adalah pola-pola yang terjadi karena proses latihan, ya. Nah, ketika proses latihan ini terjadi, seorang guru ketika menjelaskan sesuatu gerakan ditangkap oleh seorang anak ini bisa merekamnya dan kita tidak tahu rekaman itu benar atau salah. Maka ketika dia melakukannya baru kita tahu, oh ini salah. Maka disitulah yang disebut dengan evaluasi diberikan, perbaikannya diberikan, ya. Nah, ketika dia diperbaiki itu harus sudah benar. Inilah yang kita harapkan di dalam sistem belajar gerak itu, bahwa kontrol itu, evaluasi itu adalah sangat penting, jangan sampai terjadi kesalahan permanen. Nah, ini yang harus kita pahami kepada teman-teman semuanya. Nah, contohnya saja, kalau kita ambil gampangnya saja, yang mana sih yang melalui kontrol? Teman-teman, kalau kita memegang api, lilin ya, lilin api, ya, slow by slow ya, pelan tapi pasti kita itu ya. Nah, ketika kita sudah mulai memegang api tadi, itu kan panas mulai menjalar, ya. Ketika panas itu menjalar, kita bisa menentukan panas ini, wah udah cukup nih, ya, wah ini sudah mulai panas, maka secara serial kita mulai melepas, ya. Terus taraf ini naik ke atas mengatakan udah cukup panas, kamu lepas dia.
Jangan, kotor.
Berbeda dengan kontrol otomatis.
Iya, HP.
HP-nya di situ ya.
Nah, yang apa sih?
Otomatis ini cepat sekali panasnya. Misalnya menginjak bara api ya. Begitu bara api kita injak, dia tidak melalui prosedural shelter tadi. Dia langsung ke otak. Ketika sampai di otak, dia langsung transmit kepada sumsum tulang belakang untuk menginstruksikan kepada otot kaki, ya, untuk menarik kaki yang kena api tadi. Jadi dia tidak punya masa jeda transmit dari shelter ke shelter. Nah, gerakan otomatis ini bisa dibentuk oleh orang-orang yang melakukan latihan yang kontinu. Bagaimana itu dilakukan? Yang disebut dengan drilling, ya. Jadi gerak otomatis itu ada dua, bisa dilakukan secara otomatis, bisa dilakukan dengan drilling. Yang dilakukan dengan drilling ini adalah latihan yang berulang-ulang untuk meningkatkan power atau otot tadi. Saya kasih contoh begini. Ada seorang anak, ya, ketika dia jalan di sawah, tiba-tiba dia mengeluarkan ketepel tahu ya, alat untuk nembak itu ya, pakai karet ya. Ada burung, dia tembak, terus jatuh. Ketika burung itu jatuh, diambil. Begitu diambil, begitu dia kan jatuhnya di tengah sawah. Yang punya sawah lihat ada orang injek-injek sawah yang lagi panen, tentu tuh marah dia. Dia peringkat, jangan masuk ke sawah saya. Tapi anak ini dasar anak Badung, akhirnya apa? Dia nggak peduli, tuh, langsung saja dia lari. Ya. Tiba-tiba yang punya sawah ngomel, woi kamu, dia nggak tahu kalau dia juga bawa anjing. Nah, si pemilik sawah itu melepas anjingnya, mengejar anak yang mengambil burung tadi. Laki-lah yang ambil burung tadi, dia lari, terus dia di depannya udah ada, kalau di kampung-kampung itu ada sungai untuk pengairan anak sawah-sawah gitu, ada anak sungai gitu ya. Dia lompat itu kira-kira panjang sekitar 3 meter atau 2,5 gitu, saya nggak apa. Dia lompat, dia bisa. Begitu dia bisa, dia ketemu temannya. Kita namakan si X tadi. X, aku tadi ini dapat burung. Tahu nggak? Aku tadi dikejar anjing. Aku bisa lompat loh 3 meter. Kata temannya tadi, tak mungkin. Aku nggak percaya kamu bisa lompat, katanya. Wah, mari kita buktikan. Oke, besok kita buktikan. Nah, temannya ini adalah atlet lompat jauh. Ketika dia memberikan contoh lari lompat jauh, biasanya dia dapat tuh 4 meter ya. Dia memang lompatnya udah baik. Nah, besoknya dia ingin membuktikan si anak tadi bahwa dia mampu lompatin sungai tadi ya. Parit tadi lah sungai ya. Dia laku lompat. Katanya temennya, enggak, saya dulu lompat biar saya mau lihat kamu nanti belakangan. Akhirnya yang atlet lompat tadi, dia melakukan lompatnya, dia bisa lah memang lompat. Tapi teman yang tadi, begitu dia lompat, dia kejeblos, nggak sampai di tempat yang dia dulu lompat. Nah, ini kan pertanyaan, kenapa demikian? Nah, inilah adanya sistem neuron yang dibuat sedemikian besar berdasarkan pengalaman yang lalu. Dia tidak bisa diulang gitu loh, padahal dia punya pengalaman bisa lompat, tapi neuronnya tadi tidak disiapkan semaksimalnya seperti dia hari pertama dikejar anjing ya, dia tidak bisa lompat. Nah, inilah sistem automatically bahwa yang namanya drilling itu bisa dibentuk untuk menjadi otomatisasi. Jadi teman-teman kalau melatih, makanya kalau kita menggunakan teori pompa, kita akan membuat satu latihan yang berulang-ulang dengan volume latihan yang bisa kita atur, maka kita akan mudah memberikan gerakan-gerakan untuk merangsang daripada neuron tadi sistemnya paralel. Ya, kalau dia sudah paralel, maka dia tidak akan mengalami kesulitan untuk melakukan aksi yang dia kembangkan. Nah, ini juga yang saya katakan tadi melalui spin otak sumsum tulang belakang tadi, di mana secara sistem yang sangat kompleks yang berinteraksi dengan beragam sistem, ya, dan secara kritikal terlibat dalam proses bagaimana kita bisa meningkatkan motor sistem kita dalam tubuh, ya. Nah, inilah kadang-kadang di dalam tubuh kita itu bagaimana kita akan mampu, ya, melakukan kegiatan untuk meningkatkan daripada sistem neuron kita dengan percepatan-percepatan, apakah secara kontrol ataupun secara otomatis, ya. Inilah gunanya. Kalau kita lihat di dalam kepala kita tadi, itu akan berfungsi dari bermacam-macam sistem yang bisa dimanfaatkan dalam kepala kita, ya. Misalnya kita lihat di dalam kalau kita lihat di dalam teacher rule in the greeting intelligence in children brain, kita akan lihat bagaimana strukturnya akan kita lihat. Next, ya. Yang pertama adalah di mana korteks cerebri itu untuk membicarakan intelijen seseorang anak. Dia akan mudah berpikir dengan stimuli respon, dia akan merangsang bagaimana pemikirannya untuk positif di dalam melakukan pola pikir, ya. Dan juga kadang-kadang di dalam emosinya itu akan bagaimana di dalam ada yang namanya di sistem di limbik sistem kita itu bicara tentang emosional, ya. Nah, next, ya. Di dalam emosional ini kita bicara tentang soul, ya, feeling, ya, di mana feeling itu di dalam spiritual intelligence juga akan memberikan kontribusi yang besar, ya, di mana di lobe yang ada ini, ya. Nah, kalau kita lihat di sini yang paling atas itu kita lihat yang namanya korteks cerebri itu adalah kecerdasan rasional berpikirnya. Nah, itu nanti kita belah dua, itu nanti ada yang rasional dan irasional juga ada, tadi kiri kanannya juga di situ ada. Nah, di mana di dalam kalau kita lihat ada garis yang biru itu, ya, itu adalah untuk kita melakukan olah-olah pikir di situ, ya. Nah, di yang kita lihat ada garis kuning itu adalah sistem limbik kecerdasan emosional. Inilah kadang-kadang antara rasional emosional ini jalannya suka kadang-kadang nyerempet-nyerempet, nggak jelas juga nih, ya. Kapan kita bicara rasional, kapan kita bicara emosional, ya. Nah, ini karena kita bicara emosional, kita bicara kadang-kadang juga kalau McLean itu ada seorang ahli neuroscience coba menemukan 3 konsep dalam satu kepala. Jadi dalam satu kepala ini dia kembangan 3 konsep, ya. Ada konsep yang paling tua di mana dikatakan itu adalah otak yang paling primitif. Nah, primitif itu adalah di mana otak di bawah lobus temporalis ini, di bawahnya itu ada limbik, ya. Di bawah limbik itu biasanya kita akan temukan ada batang otak, ya. Nah, batang otak itulah yang dikatakan otak awal manusia yang disebut dengan dilambangkan oleh para ahli itu dengan limbik, ya. Dengan apa? Dengan reptil lah, ya. Next, coba kita lihat next. Slide next. Nah, ini kita lihat, ya. Nah, itulah Paul McLean menemukan konsep dalam satu kepala ada 3 macam otak. Yang atas tuh yang disebut adalah otak korteks tadi, ya, brain cortex, ya, itu yang sangat yang dilambangkan dengan seorang manusia, yang brain itu yang di tengah itu dilambangkan dengan mamalia, yang paling bawah itu yang disebut dengan otak reptil lah dikatakan di situ ya. Nah, inilah apa sih bedanya kalau kita pahami dengan otak-otak di atas tadi ya. Nah, ini berhubungan dengan emosi, berhubungan dengan karakter ya. Nah, karakter inilah yang membuat seorang yang pola pikirnya dilihat melalui otak reptil, nah ini orangnya cepat biasa emosional ya. Nah, misalnya curigationnya tinggi, soft defense-nya terlampau kuat ya, sehingga dia seperti kayak kita tahu ya, kalau ini binatang hewan itu, kalau reptil itu kalau ada apa-apa dia lebih, kalau ada hawa panas saja dia emosinya lebih tinggi, lebih nggak ada toleransi, dia langsung mengejar, langsung mematok segala macam. Nah, bagaimana sih lambang seorang Paul McLean ini mencoba dengan manusia, kok dia bagi tiga? Ternyata bahwa manusia juga mempunyai karakter yang seperti yang dikatakan tadi. Ketika kita melihat seorang yang pemarah, tidak pernah puas melihat orang lain, curiganya sangat tinggi ya. Ini kalau saya kadang-kadang kepada teman-temannya kalau di kampus dulu, siapa yang hari ini paling sudah marah, wah itu pasti otaknya reptil tuh. Nah, jadi ada pemio-pemio yang tumbuh di masyarakat. Kenapa? Jadi saya gambarkan begini ya, supaya contoh lebih gampang aja ya. Ada seorang anak datang terlambat ke sekolah, pelajaran olahraga, physical education ya. Begitu anak ini datang ketemu gurunya mukanya udah cemberut. Dia bilang, kenapa kamu datang terlambat? Ya, wah Pak, saya tadi nabrak kucing. Alah, kamu alasan aja kan. Dia tidak mau terima argumentasi orang lain. Ya, dia katakan, Pak, tadi saya nabrak kucing. Ah, kamu alasan saja. Terus dia bilang, iya Pak, kucingnya udah saya pinggirin, tapi saya sudah ngebut juga tetap nggak kebut. Sudah, jangan macam-macam. Kamu ganti pakaian. Ya, nah kadang-kadang guru yang demikian itu dengan menggunakan bahasa-bahasa binatang juga tuh kadang-kadang ya, dengan istilah-istilah kasar ya, bahasa yang tidak baik. Nah, janganlah guru ini melakukan yang demikian, ini memberikan trauma pada anak. Anak ini akan ingat terus apa yang dikatakan gurunya kepada anak. Nah, inilah saya harapkan pada teman-teman, kalau menjadi guru jangan pilih yang reptil ya, otak bagian bawah tadi. Tapi angkatlah ke tengah. Kalau ke tengah ini mamalia, dia triumvirat ini ya kira tengah-tengah lah ya. Nah, ya apa sih yang tengah-tengah itu? Kalau kita jadi guru penjas, ya, kalau misalnya ada anak datang terlambat, ya sudah, si hello-nya ya si hello aja. Misalnya begini, Budi, kenapa kamu terlambat Budi? Iya Pak, tadi saya tergesa-gesa dari rumah, tapi akhirnya tadi saya ada sedikit eksiden, nabrak kucing Pak. Lalu terus gimana? Ya Pak, kucingnya udah saya pindahkan supaya tidak tergiris dengan yang lain. Sekarang saya alhamdulillah udah sampai sini. Kata gurunya, ya sudah, kamu ganti pakaian, ikut teman-teman kamu melakukan exercise ya. Itu mereka sudah 2 kali. Jadi kamu namun setelah orang-orang kelar, kamu tambah 2 kali lagi supaya sama. Nah, ini tiba-tiba orang yang otaknya diambak dengan mamalia tadi ya, di brain system ini. Kenapa demikian? Mereka ini berpikirnya so-so aja, enak-enak saja gitu loh. Nah, setelah itu baru gurunya mengatakan, yang penting kamu sekarang udah sehat, sekarang ya sudah kamu masuk kelas. Jadi ya biasa-biasa aja. Beda dengan yang new cortex tadi ya. Nah, yang kita lihat dengan lambang manusia di atas ini ya, itu lebih bijaksana, lebih wisdom menangani masalahnya ya. Ketika seorang anak datang terlambat, dia langsung tanya, Budi, kenapa kamu terlambat? Biasa kamu nggak pernah terlambat. Iya Pak, tadi saya nabrak kucing, kucingnya udah saya pindahkan, tapi saya sudah bergegas cepat, tapi saya alhamdulillah. Kamu nggak apa-apa? Ada rasa khawatir kepada anaknya gitu loh. Kamu nggak apa-apa, udah saya coba, ya ada nih Pak sedikit luka, ya sudah sini ikut Bapak antar dulu kamu ke P3K untuk berobat dulu. Ya kalau di sekolah kan ada tempat obat ya gitu ya, P3K ya. Ya, nah inilah care-nya seorang guru mendampingi anaknya yang sedang terima musibah, sehingga anak merasa nyaman dan mengikuti pelajaran juga enjoy. Setelah begitu dilihat udah oke, kamu masih bisa olahraga ya, tapi nggak usah berat-berat ya, Nanti kalau kamu udah nggak kuat, kamu istirahat. Jadi welas asihnya tinggi, kasih sayangnya tinggi. Nah, ini yang kita harapkan kalau guru-guru nanti tiba di masyarakat, jadilah guru yang welas asih dan bijaksana, supaya kita mampu memberikan suatu informasi yang baik, gitu ya. Nah, ini kalau kita lihat lagi nextnya gimana, karena ini berhubungan dengan ini ya. Nah, ketika kita melakukan kegiatan yang mengarah kepada olahraga ke atas, ini kita akan meningkatkan yang namanya hormon ya. Nah, hormon-hormon yang akan bekerja ini adalah hormon-hormon dopamin. Dopamin itu mengaktifkan orang untuk melakukan exercise. Setelah dia melakukan exercise, dia akan naik perasaan senangnya, menimbulkan emosi positif. Ketika menimbulkan emosi positif, menimbulkan rasa senang, yang ada yang akan keluar yang disebut adanya enzim-enzim tertentu ya. Nah, di dalam berpikir positif ini menimbulkan suatu perasaan yang nyaman sehingga menimbulkan imun yang tinggi. Nah, imun yang tinggi kadang-kadang dikatakan di dalam cairan asetilkolin ini menimbulkan rangsangan yang berbahagia ya. Nah, kalau kita lihat, kalau kita baca Inggrisnya supaya gampang, endorphin, that residual acetylcholine ini akan memberikan rasa bahagia kepada diri kita. Jadi teman-teman, kenapa kita harus melakukan exercise, latihan untuk pada masa pandemi ini diperlukan sekali untuk merangsang pikiran kita menjadi berpikir positif, menimbulkan emosi yang nyaman dan rasa imun yang tinggi. Lakukanlah minimal 30 menit sampai 40 menit, kalau bisa 1 jam, silakan go on ya. Karena itu adalah salah satu meningkatkan imun kita. Nah, pada masa-masa ini ya, terjadi suatu exercise yang sangat baik ya, membuat seorang anak enjoy dia berhadapan dengan teman sekelasnya. Saya pernah mengikuti suatu aktivitas waktu itu di Iowa ya, di Amerika Tengah itu. Ada satu di SD nih, ini di SD ya. Ada 1 jam setiap hari anak-anak itu melakukan aktivitas di luar kelas. Tapi bukannya jam olahraga. Tapi itu adalah jam one hour outdoor activity ya. Mereka tuh bebas melakukan kegiatan gitu. Mau mereka bermain daun, bermain lari-lari, memain bola, bebas. Bukan jam pelajaran olahraga. Itu yang bertanggung jawab adalah guru kelas, gitu ya. Nah, ini yang membuat saya bilang, oh, begitu butuhnya manusia bergerak untuk memenuhi kebutuhan daripada enzim-enzim di dalam tubuhnya. Karena ketika anak itu sudah berkumpul dengan teman-temannya, mereka saling berpegangan tangan, saling melakukan action, itu ada yang namanya hormon oksitosin yang merangsang seseorang, menimbulkan emosinya positif. Nah, ini sangat diberikan. Nah, oleh karena itu teman-teman semua, di dalam neuroscience ini diperlukan di dalam belajar. Ketika guru mengajar dengan nyaman, bagaimana guru mengajar dengan baik, dengan kalimat yang baik, ini membuat anak senang. Apalagi kalau dia habis melakukan exercise, gurunya enjoy, ini akan menghasilkan prestasi-prestasi yang baik pada akan datang. Tapi juga bisa menjadi terbalik. Ketika anak-anak itu sudah mulai senang, mulai gembira, tiba-tiba gurunya masuk karena gurunya terlambat ya, marah-marah di kelas, selalu mengasih tugas yang sangat membuat anak-anak tidak jelas, nah menimbulkan down ya. Nah, ketika dia menimbulkan ini imunnya akan turun ya. Nah, ketika imun turun ini juga sangat berisiko anak menjadi juga malas, mereka sudah masa bodoh, tidak mau tahu, dia kadang-kadang main iseng aja ya. Kalau sekarang itu orang sudah mengenal yang disebut dengan mainnya gadget ya. Nah, ini bisa juga sangat berisiko tinggi. Nah, ini di dalam positif berpikir. Kalau yang di tengah tadi saya katakan mamalia ini so-so saja. Ini sangat penting untuk kita semuanya, semoga ini semua menjadi masukan-masukan yang sangat baik di dalam kita ya. Nah, kenapa? Kalau sudah kita berharap pada teman-teman menjadi guru yang bijaksana berdasarkan neuronnya, mudah-mudahan ini akan lebih baik dari yang kita harapkan ya. Nah, apa sih sebenarnya yang membuat orang itu menjadi senang atau suka? Nah, kita lihat bahwa kita ini belum mengoptimalkan semua pikiran kita, otak kita ya. Coba kita lihat dalam gambar ini ya. Bayangkan saja otak kita hanya yang dari 100% kita anggap itu baru dipakai itu 12%. Ya. Artinya masih banyak sekali yang masih subconscious itu ya, di dalam ambang ransang kita masih 88%. Artinya bahwa potensi masih banyak bisa digali di tubuh kita. Makanya jangan sampai ada seorang guru atau pelatih ya memaki anaknya sehingga anak itu menjadi ciut, nyalinya jadi turun. Tidak, Tuhan menciptakan manusia itu dengan sempurna yang luar biasa. Kesalahan yang terjadi bukan karena ciptaan Tuhan, tapi kejadiannya karena kelakuan manusianya itu sendiri. Ya, ketika dia lahir, ketika manusia lahir, mereka itu secara human behavior, pola tingkah lakunya itu udah sempurna sekali. Tuhan menciptakannya, ya. Bayangkan saja, ketika anak itu bertemu sperma dengan indung telur, itu juga ada izin yang sangat luar biasa, kulo nuwunnya, ya. Sperma minta izin dulu kepada indung telur bilang, oke, aku udah siap. Lalu kalau udah siap, kita juga minta izin dulu kepada rahim. Rahim mengatakan, oke, kalau gitu juga aku sudah siap, aku menyiapkan segala macam. Nah, proses pertumbuhan ini sampai 1 bulan, embrio segala macam, sampai dia 4 bulan, itulah yang disebut dengan embrio masih belum manusia. Kapan manusia dibentuk itu? Setelah dia 4 bulan. Di 4 bulan itulah baru adanya ruh masuk dalam tubuh manusia. Ya, itu ada kontrak-kontrak yang harus dilakukan di dalam manusia itu sendiri, ya, hidupnya, umurnya, ya, rezekinya, Tuhan sudah atur itu semua ya. Nah, kapan yang terjadinya itu? Nah, di sini kadang-kadang ibunya tidak kontrol diri, kadang-kadang melakukan hal-hal yang sangat luar biasa dengan macam-macam ya. Maaf saja, misalnya minuman keras, terus juga hal-hal kena penyakit segala yang kita nggak tahu, sehingga ketika lahir ini nempel di janin, janinnya terganggu sehingga dia lahir dalam keadaan yang sangat tidak memuaskan ya. Nanti mungkin ada kecacatan segala macam. Jadi kita tidak boleh hina orang yang mengalami kendala mentalnya, fisiknya segala macam. Tuhan sudah ciptakan sebenarnya ketika prosesnya itu yang terjadi. Nah, oleh karena itu teman-teman semuanya, marilah kita menghargai semuanya. Sampai di olahraga saja, itu olahraga yang aktivitasnya luar biasa. Ada juga olahraga yang dilakukan disability juga ada gitu loh ya. Memberi kesempatan teman-teman yang mengalami handicap gitu. Ini kan luar biasa sekali. Tuhan sudah menciptakan sempurna. Kalau dalam prosesnya ada kejadian, tetap sebagai masyarakat kita menghargai nilai-nilai. Jadi tidak boleh guru mengatakan menghina anak tadi, bodoh lah, cacat lah, apa, tidak boleh. Itu kita sudah menyalahi kodrat yang sudah Tuhan ciptakan kepada manusia. Sebenarnya kepintaran, keahlian itu kita kan baru bisa menemukan para ahli itu baru 8 ya. Jenderal menemukan apa kelebihan manusia itu sebenarnya banyak sekali ya, potensi manusia itu, bakatnya manusia itu. Jadi kita nggak boleh. Nah, inilah saya katakan di dalam subconscious tadi masih banyak yang bisa digali ilmu orang itu ya. Nah, inilah bagaimana otak-otak tadi, baik otak yang kanan yang kita tingkatkan, bagaimana otak kiri yang kita tingkatkan, bagaimana kita melakukan pengembangan ini. Inilah di dalam menciptakan bagaimana manusia menjadi manusia yang baik. Next. Nah, jadi perkembangan jaringan otak dalam neuroscience tadi, kalau ada anak yang diberikan stimulus, rangsangan, treatment segala macam, ini luar biasa ya. Ketika umurnya 0 tahun sampai 3 tahun, kalau dia tanpa stimulus, dia punya hanya sampai 3 tahun itu ya paling juga baru setengah, baru ya kira-kira 40% lah ya. Tapi begitu dia diberi stimulus, dia langsung merespon, memanfaatkan banyaknya neuron tadi. yang kita katakan bagaimana antara akson dan dendrit itu menemukan suatu jalur listrik yang demikian besarnya sehingga dia cepat naiknya ya. Begitu umur 6 tahun dia bisa mencapai 50% ya. Yang anak yang tidak diberikan motivasi kasihan ya. Makanya kita suka melihat ya bagaimana anak-anak yang dirangsang dengan gerak baik dia akan lebih cepat perkembangannya, mau fisiknya, mau mentalnya, maupun pemikirannya. Tapi kalau anak-anak yang tidak distimulasi, ya enjoy biasa-biasa saja. Tapi sekarang tanpa kita sadari stimulasi yang dilakukan anak-anak dengan gadget baru itu juga luar biasa otaknya. Tapi kemampuan motoriknya yang rendah. Ya kita lihat ya. Umur 10 tahun itu udah sempurna 10 bisa sampai 90%. Artinya kalau kita mengadakan panduan bakat kepada anak-anak dengan latihan stimulasi yang kita berikan, kita bisa mencari anak yang 6 sampai 10 tahun ini kita bisa jadikan atlet gitu, pemanduan bakat. Karena apa? Umur 10 tahun multilateral bisa ditanamkan di situ, fundamental skill kita bisa berikan di sana. Kenapa? Kalau anak-anak fundamental skillnya sudah baik, ke berikutnya itu akan lebih mudah kita menyikapi, oh enak ya, anak ini punya potensi. Nah itu yang saya inginkan. Karena kalau tidak sangat sulit. Oleh karena itu 6, 7, 8, 9 kan masa-masa anak sekolah. Oleh karena itu kita harapkan guru olahraga berikan teknik dasar latihan yang sangat sederhana tapi benar. Misalnya teknik jalan yang lurus baik. Ya, bagaimana? Misalnya dalam satu line garis lurus, anaknya walking in area catwalk ya. Seperti catwalk gitu ya, jalan satu. Diajarkan begitu saja sederhana. Atau teknik running ABC ya teman-teman. Ya, nah nanti teman-teman nih yang lagi seminar nih kan punya semua teknik-teknik running ABC segala itu yang ditanamkan untuk anak-anak SD umur 6 dan itu daya serap ingatannya sangat luar biasa. Ya. Nah, ini diperlukan. Nah, terus apalagi teknik lompat yang benar. Kalau kita sudah mengajarkan basic skill di dalam fundamental skill kita aman. Karena begini, ketika saya memperhatikan mahasiswa olahraga yang baru daftar, yang tamat SMA, saya perhatikan dengan beberapa mahasiswa. Coba kamu lihat ini, checklist ya. Nanti mana saya katakan ini, kamu pilih mana checklistnya. Itu ternyata dari 100 orang mungkin ya, hampir 80% itu jalannya sembrono, banyak salahnya jalannya. Ada yang kakinya keluar lah, ada kakinya ke dalam lah, ada yang X lah, ada yang ngegang lah, ada yang ke belakang lah, kepalanya, aduh macem-macem. Hanya 20 yang saya katakan itu sesuai dengan postur tubuh anatomis, ya antropometri. Dan yang 20 ini saya amati lagi, setelah dia udah 3 tahun di kampus, dia punya prestasi luar biasa. Makanya atlet DKI banyak kontribusi dari kampus UNJ. Ya, inilah teman-teman di Buni Dharma nanti kan ada pendidikan. Berikan fundamental skill yang baik, ya, gerak dasar yang baik, tanamkan kepada anak-anak, memberikan kontribusi kepada sekolah-sekolah lingkungan. Kan kita ada ya Merdeka Belajar, ya teman-teman ya. Merdeka Belajar itu nanti guru-guru membagi nih. Ada 20 SKS, ada 10 SKS, 5 SKS, dia kontribusi kepada sekolah-sekolah memberikan bimbingan gerakan dasar yang baik. Mudah-mudahan ini di Palembang akan menjadi oke. Nah, saya ingat di sana ada tenis meja ya, di namanya apa itu, bagus sekali itu. Kalau dia bisa pembinaan di SD itu luar biasa sekali. Saya sudah ke sana, bagus sekali. Ya. Nah, inilah teman-teman sekalian, apa sih manfaatnya kita bisa berbuat untuk memberikan tanam gerakan yang benar supaya nanti kita Olimpiade yang akan datang kita udah siap ya untuk memberikan dasar-dasar. Kan kita kalau anak ini umur 10 tahun kan kita masih 15 tahun Olimpiade 3 kali berikutnya. Jadi kita tanamkan aja gerakan yang benar di situ ya. Nah itulah sekarang kita akan melihat bagaimana sih sikap guru gitu ya pada pendidikan anak-anak gitu ya. Kalau kita lihat physical education teacher attitude towards children itu kita bisa lihat secara bagaimana sih unconditional acceptance yang akan kita berikan kepada anak ya. Bagaimana juga kita lihat ya kehadiran anak harus bisa diterima sepenuhnya tanpa syarat apapun. Kondisi anak harus diterima. Jadi jangan sampai ketika anak itu datang ke kita lihat tuh kakinya nih gimana sih nih, wah ini nggak bisa jadi atlet nih. Jangan. Anak ini mungkin potensi di tempat yang lain, mungkin kemampuan bahasanya lebih baik ya. Luar biasa sekali. Jadi kita harus mikir-mikir lah kalau menghina anak-anak ya. Nah inilah kenapa sih fungsi guru penjas itu sangat diperlukan sekali untuk meningkatkan kualitas daripada anak kita sendiri ya. Berikutnya lagi juga secara psychological safety-nya bagaimana ya, creating a science yang harus dipunyai daripada physiological itu juga harus bagaimana ya, security so that the children feel safe and comfortable. Ini juga sangat diperlukan di dalam kehidupannya ya, di dalam kehidupannya supaya dia nyaman ya, karena salah satu kebebasan di dalam mengatasi kehidupan dia sendiri ya, supaya dia tidak tertekan perasaannya. Bagaimana kehidupannya nyaman kalau tekanan dari lingkungannya juga tidak memberikan dukungan ya. Ini harus secara psikologis yang kita lihat ya. Maupun juga tentang bagaimana sih kebebasan ya, secara physical freedom, kebebasan yang dimiliki secara psikologis, secara mental, tingkah laku. Jadi jangan kita membunuh karakter anak gitu. Kecil-kecil sudah dilarang sana, larang sini, jangan A, jangan B ya. Sehingga anak tidak berani melakukan ambil keputusan. Karena kesalahan itu adalah pengalaman yang baik untuk anak ya. Oke, teman-teman semuanya perhatikan ini sekali lagi ya. Di dalam psychological freedom itu diperlukan apa yang kita ingin harapkan semuanya. Teman-teman semuanya, inilah peranan yang kita harapkan. Bagaimana kalau kita sebagai ayah ya, sebagai friends, anak itu sebagai teman kita ya, sebagai juga yang akan kita mampu membuat dia menjadi orang yang bisa kita andalkan ya. Nah, jadi ketika kita menjadi seorang teacher ya, kita harus paham apa sih yang kita harapkan gitu. Saya akan menjadi transfer of knowledge yang baik kepada anak ya. The rules of physical education teacher in the children education, one yang harus Anda perhatikan adalah bagaimana memberikan informasi yang benar, bagaimana dengan rasa kasih sayang. Teacher yang baik itu bisa mengatakan kepercayaan penuh kepada anak, kejujuran, tanggung jawab, dan rasa friendly ya. Misalnya begini, teacher itu dalam mengajar ini tematik harusnya ya, CPL-nya itu tematik. Ketika kita mengasih permainan, misalnya paling gampang basket lah ya, ketika kita ingin memberikan bola kepada anak untuk bermain, seorang teacher itu mengatakan peraturannya Anda udah paham, lakukanlah sesuai dengan nilai yang ada di dalam basket. Ketika anak itu main, nggak usah harus ada gurunya di situ, biarkan saja dia menjadi wasit, menjadi pemain. Itulah penanaman nilai-nilai yang diberikan kepada anak, punya tanggung jawab ya. Nah, di sini nanti anak begitu, kalau ada trouble misalnya, enggak ini bola saya, seorang guru datang untuk menyelesaikan daripada permasalahan tadi. Katakan, siapa bola yang menyentuh terakhir? Anda. Siapa yang bola ini keluar, yang sentuh bola siapa? Saya. Oke, bola ini untuk anak. Karena aturannya begitu. Bola yang terakhir menyentuh diberikan kepada lawannya. Nah, inilah rule regulation yang ada, itu harus diberikan kepada anak supaya dia paham melakukannya. Itu sebagai teacher. Bagaimana sebagai parents? Kalau sebagai parents, mau nggak mau kita mengatakan, aduh anakku sayang, mari sini ya, hari ini kita akan melakukan rekreasi ke sungai, ke pantai, ke kebun binatang, kemana, buat jadi seakan-akan nyaman anak itu di dalam komunitasnya, the groupnya. Inilah yang dikatakan teacher is the best, teacher number one. Tapi juga teacher itu juga bisa menjadi guru kapan anak memerlukan informasi yang baik ya. Berikutnya, seorang guru juga harus punya friends, jadi teman untuk anaknya untuk diskusi. Kadang-kadang saya ingat sekali kita duduk-duduk di bawah pohon sambil main lempar-lemparan kayu, terus mengatakan siapa yang bisa menyentuh kayu itu tanpa 3 kali lemparan, yang the bestnya nanti, yang bagusnya akan saya kasih permen, nah gitu ya. Jadi kita bisa berteman dengan anak, kadang-kadang juga kita memberikan satu treatment, latihan khusus sehingga mereka menjadi enjoy. Nah, itu. Berikutnya lagi, di dalam kita ingin melihat bahwa di dalam pembinaan itu kita juga harus melihat ya bahwa ada nilai-nilai ya, objective developing social value yang harus bisa diberikan kepada anak-anak physical education ya. Yang pertama kita bisa lihat ya, bagaimana sih anak itu mampu ya menciptakan homestay. Jujur anak itu, dia mengatakan, maaf Pak, tadi saya melihat anak ini jatuh dikarenakan ini nih, saya tidak sengaja Pak. Jujur dia ya. Nah, kejujuran itu sangat diperlukan ya. Nah, berikutnya juga gratitude juga harus diberikan kepada mereka. Oke, Anda benar ya, tahu berterima kasih lah ya. Jangan mengatakan ih nggak ada sopannya nih anak, nggak tahu terima kasih. Bad and last to order dia juga bisa memberikan tertib aturan. Kamu pakaiannya udah bagus sekali, tertib sekali ya. Pokoknya kamu penuh dengan hal-hal yang menyenangkan ya. Bagaimana attitude-nya ya, sangat baik sekali ya. Kind juga ya. Bisa juga kita responsibility-nya juga tinggi ya. Suasananya jadi lebih nyaman ya. Terus juga kita bisa soft ya, toleransi ya, pengendalian dirinya juga bisa juga toleransi and so on lah ya. Semuanya itu akan membuat kita akan lebih nyaman gitu ya. Next. Ini waktunya sampai jam berapa nih? Lona, masih ada ya? Ya, kita lihat dalam rule of the physical education teacher in the area of Revolution 4.0 ya. Bagaimana teacher harus juga bisa menguasai digital ya. Bagaimana sih seorang guru itu akan mampu mengaktifkan olahraga berbasis digital ya, dan juga mampu melakukan kontrol. Bagaimana ya kalau kita misalnya nanti main ini kita pakai Zoom aja ya, kita lakukan di rumah, nanti dalam aplikasi interaktif akan ada loh. Wah, jadi kita sudah sekarang, saya kan lihat ya guru-guru ngajar dengan Zoom ya, luar biasa sekali ya. Karena kondisi COVID ini kita nggak bisa tebak ya. Nah, kemarin kabar saja kita melakukan tes misalnya. Tes itu yang kita lakukan, mereka memberikan treatment perlakuan di sana, nanti kita lihat, nanti hasilnya dikirim ke kita ya. Nah, salah satu di aplikasi strategi teknik dan taktik kita untuk mendapatkan informasi dari anak-anak itu ya. Strateginya bagaimana ya supaya ini bisa bagus ya, supaya hasil maksimal. Memang tidak bisa kontrol yang kita peroleh, tapi minimal kalau informasinya sudah dapat, kita akan lebih baik ya. Apalagi dengan e-learning plan tadi ya, semuanya mau tidak mau kita percayakan, karena dalam pembelajaran e-learning ini kita nggak bisa berbuat apa nih ya. Karena apa, penilaian yang berbasis online juga kita mau nggak mau deh ya, online based assessment itu nggak bisa kita pungkiri, kita akan melakukannya juga. Nah, tapi semua itu kita juga harus menjadi seorang guru profesional ya. Nah, Guru yang profesional yang kita lihat, yang pertama tadi adalah bagaimana seorang menjadi well organized, ya, bagaimana mengolah yang baik, ya, terus juga mempunyai strong sense of the purpose, ya. Seseorang itu mempunyai apa ya, tujuan yang sangat kuat sekali, pokoknya nggak bisa, kita harus berangkat besok karena pertandingan. Nah ini ya, jadi hal-hal yang membuat spontanitas harus diciptakan, ya. Sensitifnya juga harus dilakukan, ya. Jadi kalau anak ini mudah tersinggung, kalau disentuh sedikit, kalau ngomong keluarga yang diapakan marah, jangan kita lakukan yang demikian. So confidence-nya juga fun, harus olahraga harus ya fun. Ayo Ron, gimana Ron?
Izin Prof,
Ya.
waktu kita sudah
Aduh.
cukup. Prof.
Oke, I'm sorry Le. Ya.
It's okay, Prof.
Please you to share in the PTT is your participan, yes? Oke Ron, thank you.
Ya, Prof. Ya, baik partisipan, kalau ada yang ingin bertanya silahkan ketik pertanyaannya di chat box, nanti akan saya bacakan. Sambil menunggu ya Prof, kita ada pertanyaannya.
Sorry Alin, karena kalau kita pakai bahasa Inggris nanti terlampau persepsinya berbeda ini. Kan banyak juga.
Nanti saya yang akan translate Prof.
Ya.
Baik rekan-rekan partisipan, jika ingin atau memiliki pertanyaan silakan ketik pertanyaannya di chat box, nanti akan saya sampaikan atau saya sounding ke Prof Firman. Silahkan. Baik, sepertinya cukup jelas ya Prof pemaparan Prof tadi tentang penyuluhan saraf tadi. Nanti apabila ada pertanyaan dari rekan-rekan partisipan, mereka akan mengirimkannya nanti lewat panitia. Prof, nanti saya akan bertanya langsung kepada Prof gitu. Izin ya Prof ya?
Izin, boleh.
Ya, baik Prof, karena waktu kita sangat terbatas Prof. Setelah ini udah paparan lagi dari teman-teman. Oke, untuk itu Prof, saatnya kita sepertinya sudah di penghujung ini Prof. Kita boleh open cam semuanya Prof, supaya iya, supaya diambil picture-nya. Buat semua rekan-rekan silakan open your cam. For all participant please open your cam so we can take a picture. Masih ada Sir Jerome juga. Hai Sir Jerome.
Jerome, ha?
Hai.
Jerome.
Hai Sir Jerome. Oke.
Hello.
So we can take a picture. Panitia, silakan panitia dihitung. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3.
Seluruhnya gimana sih?
Panitia.
Not yet, please. Not yet. Wait. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next. Nanti.
Bisa bisa. Oke.
Next. 1.
Thank you so much, Miss Kirona. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the three part of the presentation session for the keynote speaker for this conference. Thank you so much. I would like to thank you to Miss Dewi, Miss Anissa, and Miss Kormala that has been become the moderator for this event. Then I would like to say thanks to all participants that have joined this conference, and then I would like to say thanks to Bang Sumsel Babel as the sponsor of this event, and then the supporting university for University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Kasat Sard University, the University of North Carolina, UNES, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Sriwijaya, and all of member of this house. And then after this, we will go to the next part. It is about the parallel. Okay. After this, we will go to the parallel session. So in this parallel session, we will have 5 rooms. And then the link of Zoom on this parallel will be shared on our WhatsApp group. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry if I have mistake. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.